Part 48. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 471. Hexyunyo, you can escape reality, but you can't escape the consequences of escaping reality. We are both archangels. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. Mikhail and the others can see through you. Or sneered, there are also 7 demon kings in hell. Do you think you can deceive them? Hexyunyo's expression did not change. He kept sending a message to Wayne to take over. The perpetrator should take responsibility. Now is not the time to watch the show. Hexyunyo, are you willing to let me take responsibility? Wayne sent a message in surprise. Hexyunyo did not speak. She did have such a consideration before. To be precise, Mona had similar considerations. If she cannot return to heaven, she will be Wayne's secretary for life. If she must return to heaven, she will pack Wayne away and make him a high-level angel. In short, tie him to your side and don't let him go. It's not possible now. Wayne is the son of God, the heir of the Father. As a sister, she is not worthy of her brother with a superior status. Heshino, speak up. You have my divine power and stigmata, which can deceive the lower angels who are lower in rank than me, but the other 3 archangels, 3 cherubim with special status, and the 7 demon kings of hell cannot be deceived. Heshino changed the subject. There is nothing much to say about the 7 demon kings and the 3 archangels, but the 3 cherubim are worth mentioning. There are 7 deadly sins in hell, and there are 7 corresponding virtues in heaven. The 4 archangels are Mikhail/humility, Heshino/purity, Ur/generosity, and Lar/tolerance. There are only 4 seraphim in heaven, and there are not enough people to have 7 virtues, so 3 powerful cherubim have the honor of transcendent status. Milia represents diligence, Kira represents temperance, and Vikal represents gentleness. The 7 virtues are the golden rule of angels, which can also be called the 7 virtues. They correspond to the 7 deadly sins of hell. The 7 archangels have the most core power in heaven, which also corresponds to hell. The power of the Father does not exist in heaven. Hexyunyo spoke quickly about the 13 beings that could not be deceived, and told Wayne that after deceiving Ur, there were still 12 beings waiting for him to deceive. It's really troublesome. What I am worst at is lying. If I had told you that I would lie to the whole world when I was having sex with you, I would have definitely resisted. Wayne whispered, and noticing that Hexyunyo was furious, he quickly changed his words. Escape is useful, and it is not as shameful as Ur said. You stand here and don't move. I will deal with him. Ahem. Wayne clenched his fist and coughed twice. When Ur looked at him impatiently, he slowly said, Ur, you are the one who escapes from reality. You and I both know who the real Hexyunyo is. Why don't you want to admit it? What conspiracy are you planning? What? Ur laughed in anger, curious about how the pretty boy would make trouble. Thinking carefully, he was just shocked and giggling, and forgot to respect a very important objective fact. Hexyunyo's character. With Hexyunyo's loyalty to heaven and his sense of honor, it is impossible for her to let go of those who desecrated her purity after awakening. Even if ignorance is not a crime, she will only let the other person live at most, and will never take him with her to continue to fall into the abyss. For example, the holy marks on Wayne's tongue are exquisitely crafted and well made, and it is obvious that they were licked one by one. Is this something Hexyunyo can do? It's so funny, the Lord of Lust is almost the same. Ur is very curious, what special skills does Wayne have that Hexyunyo can take special care of? It can't be a real special skill, angels don't have such boring desires, and they won't think about pursuing love. This human must have his merits, otherwise Hexyunyo would have burned him to slag with the holy fire. Ur, stop confusing right and wrong. Look at you, you represent generosity among the 7 virtues, but after a period of time in the world, You have thrown all virtues behind your mind and become a pawn of power and ambition. Wayne complained bitterly, and then squinted his eyes and said, "You have fallen." Olga, Fred, and Hea, who were confused, took 2 steps back cautiously. They couldn't tell who was the real Archangel Hexunio, but judging from the situation, the power struggle between the two archangels was already exposed. This is not something they can participate in. Seeing the 3 people advancing and retreating together, Hexunio took 2 steps back to join them. The angels were not qualified to join the game. She was just a little nun named Mona. If she didn't retreat now, when would she retreat? Human, are you serious? Pretending to be an angel, or an archangel, this is a big sin that will send you to hell. Or squinted his eyes. The right eyeball, the white of the eye and the pupil were replaced by the golden cross stigmata. Hexunio's stigmata is similar to a cross-shaped sword, with the guards extending left and right, and can also be regarded as a scale. As an archangel, Ur's stigmata is also very distinctive, with the main body being a holy spear and wings stretching left and right. What a handsome reincarnated angel, almost catching up with me. Wayne nodded secretly. The times are progressing. The angels used to be indescribable when they descended, but now they have learned the devil's tricks, going the idol style, with tall men and handsome women, and they will no longer scare the believers when they descend. I'm not pretending to be anyone, I'm Hexunio. Wayne straightened his back with confidence, opened his mouth, and showed the stigmata on the tip of his tongue. Fake. Ur looked down on him. This is the power given to you by Hexunio, the real stigmata is on her. It's the other way around. Wayne was also disdainful. The real stigma is on my body, and the stigma on her tongue was given to her by me. You. What are you? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Wayne interrupted directly and sneered again and again. This nun's name is Mona. She is the secretary arranged by Jiao Huang for me. I won't say what his plans are. We are all reincarnated angels. Everyone knows it. Mona is neither pure nor pure. She is said to be impure because she has lost her purity. She is said to be pure because the person who took away her purity is me, the archangel. As a nun, she dedicated everything to her devout faith, which is understandable. She is not guilty. But if you must frame her as Heshino, then the archangel who represents purity will only commit a heinous crime and become the shame of heaven and the laughing stock of the whole hell. Hexuno lowered his head and rolled his eyes. Okay, stop scolding, I'm already reflecting. Also, where are you from? Ur, the purpose of our coming to the world is to find that Lord. There are many people here, so there are some things I don't want to say clearly. You want all the reincarnated angels to obey your orders. I, Heshino, am willing to give up my power, except for my old servant Fu. Lei, all other reincarnated angels are under your command, but... Wayne's voice became colder. You shouldn't use this kind of frame-up method. It will only bring a feast to hell. The desire for power has corrupted you. I am very heartbroken. You have really fallen. Hea looked disdainful upon hearing this. He looked at Ur with disdain. They are both archangels, so why is there such a big gap between being an angel? Look at the archangel she admires, who behaves upright, and look at Ur. He has 7 deadly sins written all over his body, making him a devil in the world. Wayne's righteous words made Olga and Fred also shaken. Not to mention, Ur's reincarnation came this time. Finding the sun was not the purpose, but consolidating power through the sun was. This archangel has indeed undergone some changes due to his pursuit of power. Fred was Ur's subordinate, and Olga was temporarily taking orders from Ur. They were both of their own people. They thought this in their hearts, but did not show it. They lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything. Obviously, they already believed that Wayne was the Archangel Heshnano, and Ur accidentally identified the wrong person in order to compete for leadership. When Ur noticed this scene, His face immediately turned dark. How shameless does a person have to be before he can confidently turn black into white and turn the accuser into the defendant? Something darker is coming. Hexyuno on the opposite side stared at him with wide eyes and an indignant look on his face, with an awe-inspiring aura as if he was guarding justice. Shameless. Hexuno, you have really fallen. Ur cursed in his heart, but Wayne did not give him a chance to refute, and continued to press forward. Ur, it doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. I have a question here, and I hope you can answer it impartially. Wayne pointed to her. Hunat, tell me, is her body pure? Absolutely impossible. Tell me, how would the devil react if she were Heshino? The 7 demon kings held a celebration banquet, and the devils rushed to tell each other, trying their best to spread the news to the world. The majesty of heaven was wiped out, and the glory was gone. Well said, Ur, this is the price for your fight for power. Wayne pointed to his chest, raised his head and said, with the glory and majesty of heaven, and the faith and determination to fight against the devil in hell, tell me fairly and impartially, who is the Archangel Heshino? Ur. Isn't there only one correct answer to this? Why should Ur be made a sinner in heaven when you two are the one who caused the blame? What an absolute right! It's heaven and hell at the same time. He must have lied without conscience today, right? Ur, don't hesitate, tell the answer in your heart quickly. The 7 demon kings are still waiting to give you a high five and a hug, Wayne said in a shocked voice. Ur has black streaks all over his head, and if he tells the truth, he becomes the devil's good brother, even if he doesn't tell the truth. Ur, speak. But, maybe I saw it wrong. Ur closed his eyes, ashamed of his lies. In response to those words, in front of hell, there are no factions in heaven. For the purity of Heshino, the deputy king of heaven, Mikal, must also stand up and take the lead in lying. Did you make a mistake? Haha, I'm embarrassed to expose you. It's clearly a matter of power, Wayne still sneered. Boy, don't go too far. Ur glared, I lied without conscience, for the sake of the honor of heaven. The golden rule can prove that I have never been corrupted by power. Really? I don't want the leadership of the reincarnated angel anymore. Is that adult still looking for him? I will complete the mission without the leadership of the reincarnated angel. These are two different things. Don't confuse them. Then you don't want to. Humph, I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Look, I want more. Ur was furious and strongly suspected that Hexyunyo's purity had been taken away by a devil. He took 2 deep breaths to suppress his anger, looked at Hexyunyo and said, you are not qualified to lead the reincarnated angels, nor are you qualified to complete the mission in the human world. I will keep it a secret for you, but when you return to heaven, your deputy Mikal will judge you. Cherish the time you have now. Or, stay on earth forever and refuse to return to heaven. Where are you looking? I am Heshino. Wayne put his hands on his hips. That's right, you are Hexyunyo, the archangel who represents purity. I will also insist on this in front of the devil, Ur said expressionlessly. In this case, the leadership of the reincarnated angels belongs to you. I won't go to you in the papal states, and you don't come to me either, Wayne replied. It's better this way. Ur turned around with a cold face and left with his 2 younger brothers. After 2 steps, he stopped. Hexyunyo, I sense the existence of the Lord of Jealousy, and the gate of hell has opened a corner. I hope you still remember your glory and will work with me to crush the devil's ambition. No one spoke. At Hexyunyo's urging, Wayne stepped forward and said righteously, Ur, I will return this to you intact. I hope you have not forgotten your glory and will not push me to the front to attract the devil because of your greed for power. Are you done yet? You have said all the good things, right? Ur was so angry that he left directly. Olga and Fred did not forget to bow to Wayne before leaving. No matter what, the position of the Archangel is here, and he must maintain due respect. After leaving the library, was getting angrier and angrier. Hexunyo made a big mistake, and he had to help cover up the lie. Is it reasonable? Having said that, was still very satisfied with the result of this trip. It seemed that he was defeated, but in fact he got two benefits. Apart from Hexunyo and Frey, he had 5 reincarnated angels on his side, with an absolute advantage in number and strength. Even if Hexunyo found the Son of God first, he could still take him away. Another benefit, Hexunyo's handle. Hexunyo lost his purity and was a sinner in heaven. When to expose it, how to expose it, and who should expose it, there are explanations for this. Considering that Hexunyo still has an angel army, is unwilling to do anything that offends people. He will inform Mikkel about this matter, and the latter will follow the workplace process. Before that, in order to make the handle valuable, rather than a well-known laughing stock, he is willing to point to Wei Weihe. As long as he doesn't say it, this handle will be valuable. At least in the world, Hexunyo will avoid him. Except for being a little angry, this trip is worth it? Archangel, what happened just now? Fred was still a little confused. Originally, his thoughts were very clear, but Hexunyo was not like Hexunyo, and was not like The two archangels were fighting openly and secretly like a riddle man, which immediately made him confused. Olga cast a curious look, and to be ashamed, she didn't figure it out. Nothing happened. Wayne is Hexunyo, you are not wrong, I misjudged it. Ur's mouth curled up with a sneer. There is another good news. There are other reasons for Hexunyo's change of temperament. I also know why she is unwilling to return to the Papal States to join us. She didn't find the Son of God, and she will never find it in the future. Archangel, it's him, not her. Okay, it's him. Archangel, what happened just now? Hea was still a little confused. Originally, her thoughts were very clear, but Wuer's reversal of right and wrong pointed out that Bai was he, and he said it seriously, as if it was true, which made her a little unsure. Why, you don't really believe it, Wayne said happily. Archangel, you misunderstood, I didn't doubt you, but... Hea glanced at the secretary and muttered, when she played you, she was very similar, very majestic, and a little bit unlike acting. Mona, Hea has doubts, you come to explain. Wayne patted the butt beside him, tightened his 5 fingers, and fell into a wave. Hexunyo's eyes twitched slightly, took out the lipstick, moistened it, and evenly applied the color number on Wayne's lips. Very skilled. You really have fallen, for your own reputation, even the Son of God dared to humiliate. Wayne laughed wildly in his heart. This was the happiness of the dean. He pouted and pointed at the lipstick and said, Hea, do you have any questions? Yes, can I kill her? Hea couldn't stand this and looked grumpy. You are an angel, don't shout for war and killing at every turn. I said that Secretary Mona is very important to me. You should respect her as much as you respect me. Wayne said with a smile, as for her acting very similar to Hexunyo, I deliberately arranged it. The effect is okay. Today, was almost fooled. Archangel, what does this mean? If you can't even fool your own people, how can you deal with the insidious and cunning devil? Wayne asked back, and seeing that Hea still didn't understand, he said happily, if you don't believe it, let's make a bet. If the devil of hell comes, he will also think she is Hexunyo. Ah, this. Hea was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, I understand. In order to complete the task, you avoided risks and pushed her to the front, at the expense of your own purity to let her get the golden rule and stigmata, and transformed her into the shape of an angel, so as to achieve a fake effect. Look, you have figured it out. Wayne nodded in appreciation and encouraged, Hea, I take back what I said before. You are very smart. Keep it up and don't be proud. Yeah. You are fooling a fool here. Hizayunyo secretly thought it was bad luck. If Heya hadn't been watching, she could have deceived the Son of God 9 times in one night. When the Son of God was mentioned, Hizayunyo's heart sank, and he prayed that Wooer hadn't noticed anything just now. Looking at the erotic name on Wayne's lips again, his heart sank again. He had promised to protect the most beautiful holy son, but she was the one who desecrated him every time. If he continued like this, he might not be leading the holy son with his grandson. Go back to heaven. The picture was so beautiful that Hexuno couldn't accept it. Snap! Why are you still standing there? Come back to the house with me and report to work. Boss, I suggest you recharge your batteries. Archangel Ur has appeared. He is at odds with you, so you can't hand him any more excuses. Heshino advised Wayne to respect his character. A good actor must have the self-cultivation of an actor. This is what Wayne taught Mona before. What does it matter? He knows I'm not real. Wayne thought through the sound transmission and said curiously, the key is you. Ur recognized you and saw that you have lost your purity. This matter cannot be hidden for long. Sooner or later, it will be exposed and make everyone in heaven know. What are you going to do? Do you want to lead the angel army to rebel and go to hell? Absolutely impossible. Hexuno categorically denied it. It was before, and now is now. She had already made up the excuse for losing her purity. It revolves around the sun, and no one dares to make a fuss about it. To say that she is impure is equivalent to saying that the sun is the source of filth, and to round it off is to slander the Father. Who dares to say this? Who is qualified to say this? No, Mikkel has to bow his head obediently. This is sure. Hexuno, you don't seem to be panicking. Tell me, what reason did you come up with? There is no reason. I just want to destroy the devil and complete the task now. I will talk about the rest later. Hexuno bit him to death. Ur is right, you are lying now without blushing, you have indeed fallen. Wayne looked at the masterpiece he had trained, not to mention how proud he was, and grabbed Hexuno's arm. Let's talk about the future later, let's just have fun in the moment. Let's go back to the house with me to report on the work. Boss, calm down. Hexuno was so frightened that he turned pale. He kicked his feet on the ground and was dragged by Wayne, leaving 2 traces. Forget it if you don't want to. Wayne retracted his hand angrily, saying that he didn't like being forced, and looked at Heya, who was gritting her teeth. Lust over there, I'm talking about you, there's no one around. Didn't you want to make progress before? You came back to your house with me to report on your work. You told me to leave one alive. It would be better for you to kill all the succubi. You openly disobeyed me and delayed the great opportunity to counterattack hell. Look at me, Archangel Heshino. How to deal with you today? I am not a walking lust. Heya hesitated after hearing this and followed Wayne with a blushing face. If it was an archangel, she wouldn't be able to do it. Boss, I have important work to report. Hexuno stood in front of Heya with a dark face, and a glare frightened the latter to death. His majestic aura reminded him of the scene when he was being trained. Damn Xiao Baichi, she acted just like the real thing. Heya reacted, took a step forward, and vowed never to take a step back again. She will protect the archangel's purity. The cold light in Hexuno's eyes suddenly surged. He was walking with lust and had an obscene figure. He must not be allowed to get close to the Holy Son. The two of them looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and there was no harmony like love in heaven. Wayne's mouth turned up when he saw it, wishing that they would fight immediately. Ahem, you are so decent. You have no spirit of sharing at all. The face of heaven has been completely disgraced by you. Wayne raised his hand to separate the two people. Okay, let me be fair, Hexuno, bah, even I was brought in. Mona, you came first, and you will come first tonight, outside Heya's house queue. Wayne looked at Hexyuno with a smile and said meaningfully, "Whenever the secretary finishes reporting his work, you can come in and continue talking." Her Hanat. Is this thing really the Holy Sun? Is there something wrong? Is there a possibility that there is a sun not only in heaven, but also in hell? She was lucky enough to catch the son of hell. Elbow, follow me back to the house to report on work. Hexyuno lowered her head and followed Wayne. She finally saw that no matter whether she revealed the truth or continued to conceal it, the Holy Sun would never be pure. It's fixed and can't be changed. In this case, compared to the mere angel Frey, she, the seraph, has more status, so it doesn't mean she has wronged the Holy Sun. The level of pollution will be smaller. Hea gritted her teeth and followed behind, occasionally uttering obscene and debauched words from her mouth, and stabbed Hexuno's wound with one knife after another. Not only salt, but also cumin and chili powder. It was night. Hexyuno was particularly cautious, as if he was facing some rare treasure. He held it in his mouth for fear of melting, held it in his hand for fear of falling, or held it in his hand for fear that the treasure would be damaged if he used too much force. It was impossible to share. I was reluctant to step on it. How could I allow Hea to act randomly and let Hea stand outside the door all night long? Not to mention getting a taste of it, I didn't even go into the crime scene. The next day, Godwayne sat behind his desk, with his secretary on his lap who looked remorseful. Facing the contemptuous eyes of everyone, Hexyuno felt miserable and could not tell. The main reason is that Kote and Hea despise it. The secretary is both responsible and upright, and does not allow others to mess around, but they themselves are shoddy. I have never seen such double standards. Others, such as Sakra and Gilun, also sneered at the double-standard secretary. Looking at the room full of fools, Hexyuno's eyelids twitched, feeling that last night was just the beginning, and similar daily routines would continue to happen. Let me just say a few words. Wayne was thick-skinned and didn't care about the contemptuous looks from everyone. He didn't worry about anyone getting off the bus. The door had been welded shut, so it was too late to leave now. I met with the reincarnated angels in the early morning. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. The plan remained unchanged. They would still rush in front to step on the mines, and we would follow behind to pick up heads. Sir Knight, if the reincarnated angels also think so, and both sides don't move, wouldn't that help the devil? Guilun frowned and said. The meeting with the reincarnated angels was not pleasant. Those three didn't look stupid. They must have guessed Wayne's plan. It might not be so easy to let them take the initiative to be cannon fodder. Good question. Wayne nodded, so I decided to expose the position of the reincarnated angels and put them in the open for the devil to find them. After a while, they will fight. You are the devil. XN. Wayne thought it was feasible. Or was the archangel and did not have the disease that Hexyuno had that failed to fuse his memories. Even if he did not get back all the power of heaven, he was still the most powerful among all the reincarnated angels. With such a strong teammate, who else should he pit? If he pitted someone else, he would be dead. Wayne felt at ease pitting Ur. Someone said that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Ur was so strong that he should take the responsibility of the main attack. After some twisted reasoning, Wayne successfully convinced himself and guided his mind, so that Juno took the initiative to call him and inform him of the location of the church where the reincarnated angels were. Next, all that was left was to notify the devil. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 472. Paris. The clouds of war hung over the city, and newspapers published unfavorable reports on the front line. Every cold word made the citizens panic. War leads to a breakdown of order, which leads to more crime and further accelerates the breakdown of order. The whole city, no, the whole country was cast in a grey and gloomy atmosphere. Bar. The Lord of the Night, Citrus, dressed in a bartender's costume, placed 2 glasses of wine on the bar table. His long black hair was flowing, and the container in the human world was a handsome young man. The 2 guests are the top thug Ngoyama and the personnel manager Martija. The former is a muscular man and the latter is a lady in black dress. The images of the 3 people represent different social statuses, and they will not and cannot be put together unless the lady has an affair with both of them. In short, the 3 giants of the Devil Alliance are a bit arrogant. I just received a very strange piece of information. You may not believe it when I tell it. Citrus frowned and said, when the one-eyed demon was patrolling the underground tomb, he encountered a woman full of death energy. After a battle, the woman dropped a letter. The sender's address was in St. Sulpice Church. What's the meaning? Ngoyama drank the drink in one gulp and asked Sert Oras to hurry up and get a refill. That woman should be from the Church of Death. I don't know much about the Church of Death. I guess she came for the Death Knight. Ranyi. Citrus filled up half a glass of wine. Fill it up, forget it, give me the bottle directly. Ngoyama immediately lost interest when he heard about the Death Church. It's just a small church in the human world, can it still take back Ranyi's head from their hands? Laughing to death, I really think I am the devil alive. The troll was defeated by death before, and it was this woman, right? Malsha took an elegant sip of red wine. It should be her, a very powerful legendary mage, who defeated Andreas head-on, causing all his thoughts to come to the world to be destroyed, and the losses were extremely heavy. Citrus nodded seriously. Andreas is a loser. If we weren't far away and bordering each other, his territory would have been mine long ago. Ngoyama was still disdainful. Among the 3 giants, Citrus is responsible for the brains, Malsha is responsible for the slut, and Ngiyama is responsible for the reckless man. The label of a reckless man must have the setting of brainless, but Ngoyama is the son of the Lord of Greed. It is not easy to be the son of the Demon King. He must be cautious in everything and must not show any intelligence or wit. Sert Oras strongly suspected that Ngoyama was not as resourceful as him because he looked like a real reckless man because of his good acting skills. The woman from the Church of Death has written letters to St. Sulpice Church, which mention 3 reincarnated angels. They are from the Papal State. This woman is discussing an alliance with the reincarnated angels. Sert Oras handed the second bottle of wine to Ngoyama. The angels' target is us. The woman came to rescue the Death Knight. They have the same interests and have initially finalized an alliance. Isn't the St. Sulpice Church already under our control and rebelling again? Ngoyama said, displeased. The Hyla cult spent a lot of effort to subdue the power of Paris Holy See. It would be too arrogant to take away people as soon as the reincarnated angels arrived, without respecting the fruits of other people's labor at all. Go over and punish them tonight and see how strong they are. If not, just destroy them directly, Ngoyama suggested. I suspect there is some fraud. Citrus glanced at Malsha. The attack on the Church of Nature stronghold failed. I wanted to reveal a wrong piece of information to the other party, but all the succubus containers were killed, which wasted a few cannon fodder. See Tolas, you are thinking too much. Regardless of whether it is a scam or not, sooner or later we will encounter the reincarnated angel. Ngoyama put down the empty wine bottle. I'll go over and take a look tonight. The gate to hell has already opened a corner. If I can get the blood of an angel, I will definitely go one step further. Calm down, if it's a trap. I've made up my mind. Looking at Ngoyama, who turned to leave, Sait Oras nodded secretly. Very good, you will know if it is a scam or not. After Ngoyama left, Sert Oras frowned and looked at Marcia, who was tasting red wine. What about you? You don't seem to be in a hurry at all. What are you planning? The fragrance of the world is so delicious that I, a devil, can't help but want to fall. I'm going to enjoy it for a while longer before the door to hell opens, Marcia replied slowly. It's weird to believe you. The 2 of them raised their glasses and clinked their glasses together. Within a few words, a sign saying cleaning in progress was hung in the bathroom. It is in line with the humanistic characteristics of hell. Unlike heaven, the angels will only recharge their batteries before the big battle. Night. Church of Saint Sulpice. Threads of blood surrounded him from all directions, and the strange magic power that caused the blood made people dizzy. They felt that the blood from all over the body would be drained at any time. Or stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling colored window, looking at the large number of devil minions that suddenly appeared around him, and frowned slightly. The devil comes prepared, and there is a shocking and powerful energy source in the distance. Although it is not the seven devils, it is not an ordinary devil either. The blood tyrant Ngoyama. Or read out the name and murmured, "Our position has been exposed." Who on earth informed the devil? The St. Sulpice church had been cleaned from top to bottom. Or couldn't think of who the traitor could be. Looking at the billowing black clouds on the dome of the cathedral, a layer of gloom filled his heart. I thought the enemy was in the open and we were in the dark, but it turned out that the enemy was in the dark and we were in the open. Once the positions were changed, the situation immediately became unclear. Archangel Ur, I found the prince, and he is very happy to return to London with us. Olga was dressed in a white nun's uniform, with a slender figure, exuding a wise and elegant atmosphere from the inside out. Ur nodded. It didn't matter whether the prince was willing or not, but it was important to make Hexunyo homeless. Do you need me to clean up these demons? Leave some room for action, don't expose your full strength, it's best to accidentally lose and let the demons be proud first. Ur gave some instructions. The hiding place was exposed. St. Sulpice Church could not continue to stay. Let's change to another place tonight. Olga nodded and left. Half an hour later, Olga, who was covered in dust, found Ur and Fred in the alley and said solemnly, "Archangel Ur, there is a traitor among us." "What do you mean?" Before I opened my mouth, Njiyama confessed everything. He was very sure that there were 3 reincarnated angels in the cathedral, Olga said. Ur paused when he heard this and immediately suspected that Hexunyo had betrayed them. Hexunyo might not do that. Wayne, who impersonated Hexunyo, was very suspicious. After only one meeting, he found that this kid was a devil walking on earth. The 8th sin, hypocrisy. Shameless and insidious are fine, anyway, they are not good birds. Such a person can occupy the purity of Hexunyo, and the Pope is unforgivable. Then he thought that Wayne had a motive to commit a crime and wanted the 3 of them to confront the devil head-on, but he did not have the ability to commit a crime. He, Fred, and Olga would not provide information to Wayne, and the only traitor, Frey, also changed her hiding place after the breakup. The clergy inside the St. Sulpice Church have been purged. Archbishop Dio blames himself for the sins he committed and is ready to commit suicide and go to hell after the gates of hell are destroyed. There is no undercover on his side, and Wayne can't find the source of intelligence. It can't be the princess and her fiancé. They can't go home because of Wayne. It's a deep hatred of destroying the country. Ur didn't understand, thinking that he might be overthinking. In the next 2 days, every time he changed his hiding place, the devil would come to his door that night, making him say he couldn't understand. Chapel. Ur looked at the cross statue in front of him, listened to the dark howling of ghosts outside the window, and shook his head speechlessly. Archangel Ur, the devil has mastered our whereabouts. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid. Olga reminded tactfully, asking if there is any way. This is simple, tell the devil the location of Hexunyo. Ur thought so, but he couldn't say it after all. He is an archangel with integrity and disdains to sell out his teammates. Send the princess and the prince away, and we'll go to the underground tomb, Ur ordered. Won't you wait for Archangel Hexunyo to take action first? No, he's over there. Ur couldn't explain it in a few words, so he didn't explain it. It must be admitted that Hexunyo's temperament has changed a lot since his arrival, from the old-fashioned to the hypocritical now, and he can endure the devil for so long. Who changed Hexunyo, or didn't want to mention it? It was too dirty, and he couldn't open his mouth. Boom. The cross on the roof of the chapel stirred up brilliant white light, and the scorching light column shot up into the sky, sweeping away the black clouds and cleansing the surging holy wool. The light column was blurred with a white cyclone halo, and the extremely strong breath shook the space, and the holy fire that burned everything spread like mercury pouring on the ground. Wherever the holy fire passed, it left intact grass, trees, bricks, and stones, and only burned the devil's minions with the 7 deadly sins into ashes. This breath. Enjiyama, who was hiding in the dark, was extremely surprised. He recognized the breath of the archangel and decisively stepped on the ground, not choosing to be stubborn. At this time, rushing up would only lead to death. Only crazy people would do this. Let's go, follow him, he will lead us to the gate of hell. Or watched Enjiyama's figure walking away from a distance. He was no longer hiding and was ready to go straight to the underground tomb tonight. It was unwise to kill at the door of the other party before he knew the situation on the devil's side. If he was unlucky and kicked the door open, there would be 7 demons in a meeting inside, which would be a lot of fun. It was not possible to continue hiding. He was the archangel. Enjiyama was nothing. What qualifications did he have to chase him around? Or believed that he was not alone? If Hexunyo still had some shame, he would definitely appear in the underground tomb. Underground tomb. Paris's underground tomb covers a large area. After years of cultivation by the headless knight Ranyi, the interior is connected in all directions like an independent underground world. This is indeed the case. The underground tomb ruled by Ranyi is huge, comparable to the Philosopher's Stone, which is a world of its own. Frank's magic world, that is, the 4 churches, only operates in the outer area and has never really entered the core of the tomb. After the Devil's Alliance took over the underground tomb, it carried out secondary construction and doubled the territory. Compared with Paris and the underground tomb, it is hard to say which one has a larger area. An entrance and exit located in the west. Several figures stood silently. The leader is Wayne, with Hexunyo standing next to him, and Hei and the saints of the 3 churches are also with him. Kot and Gilun have divine magic bonuses, and they can ask the goddess to play for them when necessary. As long as the opponent is not their own knight, their combat effectiveness is quite considerable. Sukla sold the mind of the goddess of death to Wayne, and was re-injected with divine power by Wayne. Before the blue bar was exhausted, her lethality was very terrifying. These people have good looks and abilities, and Wayne is not worried that they will encounter danger. The rest are not good. Isabella is a foodie, and the fighting power of the Golden Mage is useless. Sang Ian's ability is average, and she is beaten by the Saint. Givenchy is somewhat worth seeing, but the underground tomb is a high-level copy, which is not suitable for a newbie like her who has just started the road of the void. The 3 were left by Wayne, and Sang Lan unified the elites of the Church of Nature to prevent the devil from dragging the civilians to death, and placed them behind the surface. At the entrance, Wayne closed his eyes and scattered his thoughts, sensing the passage structure of the underground tomb. He had gone deep into the underground tomb in the other world and checked it repeatedly. The map is still in his head now, so that he could attack the enemy's nest today and have a head-on duel between men with the headless knight. Unfortunately, he thought too little. There is no headless knight Ranyi in the other world. The tomb with Ranyi and the tomb without Ranyi are 2 completely different copies. In addition, the construction of the Devil Alliance has turned the terrain upside down. Boss, stop touching it. It's time to work. Hizayunyo pressed down his hand on his buttocks in grief. I don't know what Mona was thinking these days. She didn't take over once, causing her to bear all the output. It was nothing. They knew each other well. Wayne became the son of God, and the familiar people suddenly became strange. She returned to the initial state of being timid. But now she can't continue to pretend to be Mona, which makes her very worried. The worst thing is that Wayne always likes to tease her when there are many people. For example, now, she can detect a few contemptuous eyes without looking back. Especially Hea and Kota, they are all spitting fire. She has it so hard. If she had known that she would encounter so many troubles when she came to find the Son of God, no, if she had known that the Son of God was such a thing, she would not come down no matter what. After Wayne put his hands behind his back, his eyes burst into light. Looking from afar at the blood-red cloud pouring into the earth from the sky, followed by 3 white lights, he waited for 5 minutes and walked into the underground tomb with a few people. I say again, don't act alone, follow my command. When Wayne finished speaking, he found that Hexunyo and Hea had disappeared. They were not in a hurry to fight the devil, but disappeared passively by teleportation. Due to the information limitation, they did not expect the devil's arrangement against the reincarnated angels. It's really troublesome. Wayne looked around and saw only 3 saints. He said bluntly, change to elves? It's already exposed. Break in openly. While speaking, his mind contacted Hexunyo, accurately located, and determined the other party's current position. The result was not very good. Several reincarnated angels gathered together and were surrounded by the Devil Alliance. The leader was, the Lord of Jealousy. You came so fast. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He and Sukla rushed to the front, followed by Kota and Gilun. The 3 saints turned into elves. Wayne had seen the Sun Elf and the Moonlight Elf many times. The 2 saints were already outstanding in appearance. After transforming into elves, their charm was further magnified, which made him unable to help but take a few more glances. Sukla also became an elf. Her faith was always the goddess of death, but unlike the gray-skinned elves that Wayne expected, the death elf had cold white skin all over her body, and her delicate skin exuded a jade-like luster, not the gray color as rumored. Too white, so white that it made people feel cold. Wayne had good eyesight and could see the blue-purple blood vessels under her skin clearly. It was quite creepy to look at it for a long time. It's okay, not so weird, but better than a skeleton. The 4 people walked very fast, and they were 100 meters away in a blink of an eye. The 4-color wind blew through the empty tomb passage, rolling up a cold ghost cry. Boom! With a muffled sound, the triple life field in front was blocked. 3 devils of strange shapes blocked the way, 2 tall and 1 short. The human-shaped container was contaminated and difficult to describe. Before Wayne could see clearly, a thick fog came from behind. It penetrated everywhere and blocked all retreat routes. 4 devils. Ha 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 x3. The 3 devils blocking the road in front introduced themselves. They were not ordinary people. They had names in hell. They were the Sleep Demon, the Dream Eater, and the Heart Eater. They were 3 devils in one, twin brothers. The Fog Demon was behind. After the Troll and the One-Eyed Demon were defeated, the Fog Demon was responsible for patrolling the underground tomb. The Sleep Demon, the Dream Eater, and the Heart Eater are 3 brothers. The eldest brother, the Sleep Demon, has the strongest power. His 2 younger brothers specialize in thinking and body, and have never left the corpse of the enemy. The Fog Demon is more mysterious. I don't know much about it. Be careful. These are not fog, but his body. It has a strong parasitic ability. Sukla transmitted the voice and told the 4 demons about their abilities. Wayne knew without her saying anything. He had made great achievements in the study of hell. In addition, he studied Hexunyo's Living Guide to Hell diligently every night and gained a lot. 4 to 4, just right. Sleepy was the first to speak. It can be seen that hell strictly abides by the law of the jungle. Whoever is the strongest has the right to speak. No, It's 1 to 4. I'm in a hurry. The four of you can come together. Wayne raised his hand and pressed his right eye. He had just acquired a new skill, but he had never found a suitable opportunity. It was just right to open it with 4 people. Red is festive. The eyes opened, the grey death bared its fangs and claws, and a door to the underworld made of bones and rusty iron opened in the life field of the 3 demons. At the same time, the pervasive fog pressed towards Wayne and the other 4. It was not water vapor, but particles so small that they could not be measured. With a casual grab, there were hundreds of billions. I said it was a 1-on-4 fight, and your opponent is also me. Wayne exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then took a deep breath. His amazing lung capacity was like a bottomless pit, sweeping away the endless fog and sucking it all into his body. The fog demon was overjoyed. There was such an arrogant person in the world. This move was exactly what he wanted. He didn't even need the life domain, and took advantage of the situation to drill into Wayne's body, wanting to take this body from the inside. He had thought of the next script. He pretended to fail and be swallowed by Wayne, waiting for an opportunity to ambush, and killed the 3 female elves one by one. Hey, this body, why, is it different from humans? The fog demon couldn't understand it at all. The pale white hyperplastic tissue was stacked layer by layer, and Wayne's body was connected in all directions, as if he had entered another underground tomb. This place is not suitable for staying for long. Since you're here, listen to me. Endless whispers came from all directions, and the endless fog collapsed into shape. Around the sea of fog, the invisible fog gradually became tangible and twisted into tiny white particles. The sea of fog roared in fear, and countless faces rushed in all directions, trying to find an exit. But the pale cave world seemed to be endless, and no matter where you escaped, you couldn't see a ray of light. As the whispers became more and more weird and incomprehensible, the cave began to wriggle, and white faceless faces emerged. Just now I wanted to say that you devils are not professional at all when you laugh. Listen carefully, I'll give you a smile, XN. He XN. Countless laughter came, and the waves of sound drowned the sea of fog, rendering it white. The 7 deadly sins fought desperately and tried to reverse the pollution, but were swept away by the white foam and disappeared on the spot. AWO.jpg. The Book of Greed stared with big eyes. It was finally its turn to eat buffet. Boom. The white light column penetrated the earth like a sharp sword, reaching deep into the underground tomb. It exploded in a short moment, setting off a wave of terrifying echoes in the tomb passages. The cyclone surged, the shock wave swept across, and just a greeting made the whole tomb boil. The devils at the core rushed forward with their fangs and claws, and when they saw that the point was difficult, they retreated back to their original positions with their fangs and claws. The light column faded, and 3 figures stretched their wings and stood in the air. Olga and Fred only had 1 pair of wings, and Ur had 6 wings fully stretched. It was these 3 pairs of wings that calmed the devils instantly. If you can't beat me, you are the boss. Among a group of cowards, only 3 devils did not retreat half a step. The Lord of the Night Tolas, the Lord of Blood Ngima, and the Queen of the Abyss Spiders Malsha, the 3 giants of the Devil Alliance. Brain, fist, promotion device. These 3 things are indispensable for a mixed life. Tolas and Malsha saw the 3 pairs of wings behind Ur, and then sensed the familiar breath. They were all incredible. They couldn't understand why there was an archangel among the reincarnated angels. Did heaven foresee that the gate of hell would open today and threw the archangel down early? Tolas's brain turned the fastest. The gate of hell had not yet been fully opened. Although he could use the authority of the territory, they were no match for Ur. Only the 7 demon kings could fight against the archangel. A ray of thought was transmitted to hell, there is an archangel, come quickly. Snap, very quickly, the Lord of Jealousy rushed over like crazy, forced open the semi-finished gate of hell, and threw a large amount of thoughts into the underground tomb. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Jealousy laughed loudly, pointing at the six-winged figure in front of him. Heshino, I finally caught you. Hey, why is it you? He was stunned and glared at Sitolas. Where is the archangel? Sitolas was speechless. The archangel, there is nothing wrong with you. Oh, you are still thinking about your broken joke in heaven that no one believes. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 473. Some time ago, the Lord of Jealousy happily shared a joke about heaven and hell, saying that he met an archangel in the human world, who was reincarnated as a human and lost his purity. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing to be happy about the archangel who was reincarnated as a human and lost his purity. Everyone makes mistakes. But if the archangel is named Hexiunyo, it will be a great fun for the devils to gather together and applaud. One is happy, the 7 devils take the lead in team building, and the 72 devils form a group to go to the territory of the Lord of Lust to have a silver party. For tonight's consumption, the Lord of Jealousy paid the bill before the Lord of Pride. Hexiunyo represents purity, the purity of all angels. The other 3 archangels can make mistakes, but she can't. This is a slide that she can't touch. It means a lot. Her loss of purity is a curse for the whole heaven and a blessing for all hell. The one who took away her purity can ascend to the throne of the 8th sin in hell with this achievement. Logically, this is not only fun, but also a great victory for hell. It should be widely publicized and celebrated. Because it was too outrageous, the Lord of Pride took the lead in refuting, and the other 5 demon kings also felt it was unrealistic. Under the siege of Yin Yang Master and Rhythm Master, the Lord of Jealousy was ridiculed by the crowd and was labeled as vain, deceitful, stupid, etc. Vanity and deceit don't matter. In hell, these are commendatory words, but stupidity is not okay. Just make up a joke about heaven to make yourself happy when you have nothing to do. Don't treat us as fools. Purity loses purity. Is this a joke? It's clearly an insult to everyone's IQ. There was a series of sarcasm, such as daydreaming and deceiving oneself, which made the demons laugh, and the entire Demon King conference hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. The Lord of Jealousy was not in the atmosphere and was angry for a long time. He let the 6 demon kings wait and see. Although hell is not a human being, injustice is in the hearts of the people. He wanted to personally bring Heshino on the slide back to hell, as well as the human magician who took away his purity, live in front of all the citizens of hell to prove that he, the Lord of Jealousy, was not lying, and was not daydreaming. Then he sent the proud angels of hell to the human world, and said that this was a sure thing. The fallen angels were gone, and the Lord of Jealousy went crazy. A new joke of hell was born. Let's just say that the biggest fun in hell recently is the Lord of Jealousy. From the big devil to the small inferior demon, the Lord of Jealousy is the most popular, and he has been on the top of the headlines for a long time, and the Lord of Arrogance can only be second. There is no other reason. The Lord of Jealousy has injected vitality into the lifeless hell and brought happiness. In this regard, the Lord of Arrogance was convinced and said that he was not as good as envy. After saying that, he was happy. The Lord of Jealousy was a petty person. He could not bear this grievance. In addition, he was ridiculed by his old enemy, the Lord of Pride. He was almost mad to death. He went crazy looking for ways to descend to the human world. He looked down on ordinary methods of descending. The Hell Angel Mill knelt down after a complete descending, which showed that ordinary descending would only be a waste. Only through the gate of hell could the perfect level of descending be achieved, so that the devil could also have the power of hell in the human world. So, the Devil Alliance was targeted by the Lord of Jealousy. The big devil spoke, and it had to be done. The three giants had no choice but to watch the Lord of Jealousy send his men to repeatedly transform the gate of hell and the underground tomb. The construction drawings were changed again and again, and the scale of expansion was amazing. No one knew what the Lord of Jealousy's plan was. If the three giants had not controlled the head of the Death Knight Roni, they would have withdrawn from the project early. The Lord of Jealousy brought in funds, and the members of the Devil Alliance were full of resentment. They cursed the devil who picked the fruit in their hearts, but put on a smile on their faces, asking the devil if he was satisfied with the construction period. If he was not satisfied, he would let his subordinates continue to work overtime. Although they were dissatisfied, the big devil had amazing punching power, and no one dared to say anything bad about him. The three giants whose shares were diluted were also comforting themselves. With the arrival of the big devil, the punching power of the alliance would be strengthened, and they would no longer be afraid of the gate of hell being interrupted halfway. Look, Ur suddenly came and caught the three giants off guard. He directly sent a message through his mind, and a big devil who could compete with the Archangel appeared on his side. Archangel versus 7 Demon Kings. Ur frowned and looked at the Lord of Jealousy. When he learned that the gate of hell was very likely to open in Paris, he realized that there was a shadow of the devil behind him, and he was not surprised by the appearance of jealousy. He had not yet regained all his power, and the Lord of Jealousy was no exception. Without the authority of hell, the 7 demon kings are just fish at the mercy of others in the world. Not to mention a duel with the Lord of Jealousy, even if all the demons present rush forward, he can still win. He will win. Ur, you have come too. The Lord of Jealousy first glared at the slurred Sitolas, and then raised his eyebrows. Strange, 2 archangels descended at once. What a big battle in heaven, what are you doing in the world, starting a war of faith? In the last war between heaven and hell, the 4 angel legions invaded the heart of hell and defeated the 7 demon kings. Hell was sealed by heaven, and the devils could no longer enter and exit the world freely. It was extremely difficult for them to descend, and their strength after descending was only 1/100th of that. The devil bloodline in the world was also cleansed by the Heavenly Father Church. The werewolves and vampires who used to be can only be active in the world now. It can be said that in that battle, heaven directly abolished the belief in hell in the world. If we only target hell, it is impossible for 2 archangels to descend at once. They represent almost half of the power of heaven, so the plan must be huge. The Lord of Jealousy has many thoughts and seriously suspects that heaven is preparing to wipe out the pagans in the world and return the God's chosen continent to a single faith. Funny, I love war, but now. The Lord of Jealousy gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Where is Heshino? Let her come out to see me. I will expose her impure and hypocritical mask in front of everyone." It's over, the 7 demon kings know it. Wu Er's face turned pale, and he felt that the world was spinning in front of his eyes. The thing he was most worried about had happened. The Lord of Jealousy roared angrily, "The last time I came to the world, I found that she was having an affair with a human magician and lost her purity. Because of my empty words, no one believed me. They also said that I was hypocritical, vain, and self-deceptive. ITM. #% asterisk, convex, sigh, don't eat sour radish." The Lord of Jealousy spit out the fragrance, and sprayed it out like a smear of selu with his small mouth. Ur was dumbfounded. He didn't know where he had such resentment, but he understood the meaning of the words. The Lord of Jealousy had seen the truth, because the truth was so outrageous that other demon kings were unwilling to believe his lies. Wonderful, the demon kings don't want to hear rumors, they don't collude with others, they are all good demon kings. Arrogance, right, don't even look at who is leading the rhythm. Ur's worried heart was relieved, and his expression returned to normal. No one believed him, but he was no longer worried just now. He sneered and said, "Jealousy, Look at your jealous face, stop talking nonsense. Hexyuno is the archangel who represents purity, her reputation cannot be tarnished. This is a provocation to heaven, your provocation, I took it. Or, this is not a provocation. We have been old friends for many years. You know what I say, yes is, no means no, I never lie, the Lord of Jealousy said with red eyes and a loud voice, trying to make the angel believe lies. Haha, are you sure you never lie? At least not this time. Sorry, the devil has no credibility. Ur sneered again and again, telling the jealous Lord not to waste time with his words, but to directly reveal his weapon and then step forward to lead him to death. Ur represents generosity among the 7 virtues, corresponding to greed, and the Lord of Envy is not a nominal enemy. Generally speaking, the angels representing the 7 virtues and the demon king representing the 7 deadly sins will not regard each other as their old enemies. Heaven and hell are incompatible with each other, so there is no need to make such a clear one-to-one distinction. Just do it and it's done. The same goes for the current leading brothers on both sides, the deputy king of heaven, Michael, the arrogant master of the number 1 demon in hell. The former is humble and the latter is arrogant. The two of them fought each other every time they fought, not because humility and arrogance were in opposition and they were destined enemies, but because they were both the strongest in their own camp, and fighting against others would be a derogation of themselves. Getting back to the subject, Wu-Er didn't want to listen to the jealous Lord's nonsense. If he spoke too much, he would be wrong. Maybe if the jealous Lord said a few more words, the devil would believe him. The honor of heaven cannot be lost. In the face of political correctness, Ur must protect the reputation of Heshino. The Lord of Jealousy became even more angry. I know that the devil has no credibility, but I am telling the truth today. Hexyuno is not pure. She is also in the world. You can go find her and find out clearly. Still talking nonsense. Ur showed a disdainful sneer, the Hexyuno now is him, not her. You didn't even understand this, and you still said that you met Hexyuno. Your stupidity is pitiful, and you almost made me, a grown-up, the archangel laughed. Behind him, 2 angels, Olga and Fred, smiled disdainfully. Boom. The Lord of Jealousy had white smoke coming out of his head, and he was so angry that he almost blew himself up on the spot. At this time, he hated the devil's bad habit of overdrafting their credit. If these bastards hadn't had no integrity, how could he be considered nonsense if he told the truth? He dared to swear to Heavenly Father that Heshino was really impure. The Lord of Jealousy was feeling aggrieved when his expression suddenly changed. He was first shocked, then ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. Okay, okay, good come, good come. The Lord of Jealousy raised his arms, looked up to the sky and laughed as if he was crazy. His red eyes stared at Ur. Heshino is also in the underground tomb. You don't believe it, do you? I will bring her here right now and let everyone people see the true nature of her uncleanness. After saying this, violent thoughts rushed down, and the space of the underground tomb that he had transformed was distorted. After a series of light and shadow changes, 2 more figures appeared in the field. Heshino. Heya. After experiencing the previous 2 painful lessons, the Lord of Jealousy prepared a lot for this coming, invested a lot of effort and resources, and destroyed most of his family's fortune regardless of the consequences. The current underground tomb is an extension of his hell territory in the human world, almost the same as the divine domain. Being in the underground tomb, he has the ability to ignore the seal of heaven and can exert the powerful power of the demon king level to the maximum extent. Without him, he ensures that the gates of hell are opened, perfection comes to the world, and he catches Heshino and Wayne with his own hands. The Lord of Jealousy has been waiting for so long just for an opportunity. He wants to take a breath, not to prove that he is great, but to tell everyone that although he is a devil, he did not lie. With their eyes dazzled, Heshino and Hea moved away from Wayne and appeared next to Ur. Seeing the group of demons dancing wildly, with the leader being the demon king of envy, the two of them ignored their surprise and immediately stood together with Ur, Olga, and Fred. Hexeuno, you are indeed here. Ur looked at Hexeuno coldly. He showed up 5 minutes after he stepped into the underground tomb. The person who betrayed him repeatedly in the past few days must be Wayne. Archangel Ur, I don't know what you are talking about. I am Mona. The devil is in front of us. Other things are not important, Hexeuno said with a serious face. Shameless. That devil not only polluted your body, but also your soul. Ha ha ha, Ur, I heard it. You just admitted it yourself. Hexeuno is her, not him. I am jealous and did not lie. The pure archangel is not pure, the Lord of Jealousy laughed loudly. The depression that had been accumulated in his heart for a long time was cleared in one day. He felt refreshed and felt that the arrogant face of the Lord of Arrogance was much more pleasing to the eye. Devil King of Jealousy, I am not Archangel Hexeuno. If you insist on saying so, I will not refute it, Hexeuno said with a normal look. Archangel, you are so hypocritical. Envy raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at Ur, saying, that's right, as long as you conceal your identity, no other devil can confirm your identity except me, but how long can you hide your lies in front of another archangel? As he said this, he laughed wildly again as if his injustice had been vindicated. Ha ha ha. Envy, you have the wrong person. She is just a nun who has been given the stigmata, not Archangel Hexeuno, Ur said lightly. Ha ha ha, ha. Ha. The Lord of Jealousy couldn't catch his breath, and his body was almost collapsed due to confusion. After stabilizing himself, he stared at Ur with angry eyes. I respect you as the Archangel, an Archangel with morality and credibility. Say it again, who is she? It can be anyone, but not Hexeuno. Hexeuno and I have known each other for many years. I know whether it is true or not at a glance. Ur said in a cold tone and calmly, Jealousy, you don't need to do these tricks of spreading rumors. Yes is yes, no is no. A lie will not become the truth even if it is repeated 1,000 times, because the truth must be based on objective facts. Cough cough cough. The Lord of Jealousy coughed repeatedly, and his whole face turned from red to purple black. He spread out his palm and took a look. Red, it was blood. The Lord of Jealousy widened his eyes. When did he get so angry that he vomited blood because the Archangel lied? This was absurd that he had never dared to think of before. It seems that you have nothing to say, or said indifferently. Shameless, I, a devil, feel like a devil, how dare you do that? The Lord of Jealousy was so angry that his voice became hoarse, and every word was full of tears. He didn't know how much injustice he had endured. Facing the devil's hoarse scolding, Hexeuno and Ur were silent at the same time. When did they feel ashamed because the devil was so angry that he vomited blood? This was absurd that they had never dared to think about before. What kind of weird thing happened that made the angel and the devil switch homes? Wayne's face jumped in front of the two of them, and they didn't think much about it for a while, and they all showed disgust. It's quite weird. X2. The difference is that Ur thinks Wayne is rotten, and Hexeuno thinks he can still be saved. The Son of God just made a mistake for a while. As long as she patiently tutors him and instills the piety of the 7 virtues, she will be able to lead him on the right path and turn him back into the ideal great and glorious Son of God. This is too much. The disgust on the two's faces was regarded as a mockery by the Lord of Jealousy. He roared and drew out the dark sword, vowing to seek justice for the truth today. No one cares about the truth, and lies are rampant. Can this world be good? He refused to accept it. He, the Lord of Jealousy, wanted to wipe out the hypocritical angels and bring fairness and justice to the world. Devil, no one believes your lies. Are you angry and embarrassed? Ur sneered. Devils have always been like this. It's not surprising Hexunyo added another knife. Olga and Fred agreed with it, and Hea nodded repeatedly. I remember that Wayne said that when the 7 demon kings came, they would mistake the little bitch for Hexunyo. It's worthy of being the archangel she admired. He was as good as a god and never made a mistake. In this life, I will follow the footsteps of the archangel. Boom. The black and white energy spread out, crushing and oppressing, with clear distinctions. The golden rule and the 7 deadly sins rose up endlessly from the sky to the ground, and the terrifying pressure made the devils present tremble with fear. The Lord of Jealousy exercises the authority of hell in the human world. Although it is not the real domain of God, it is enough to fight against the 2 reincarnated archangels. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Devil King, except for the 3 giants who can still handle this momentum with ease, the cannon fodder of the Devil Alliance are all frozen in place. Behind Ur and Hexunyo, the 3 angels are also under great pressure, and their poor performance is far worse than the 3 giants of the Devil Alliance. The angels did not take back all the power of heaven, and the 3 giants did not come completely. They were also weakened. At least the upper angels of the level of cherubim came to fight against the 3 giants. If they really fight, Hea and the other 2 are not in an advantageous position. Fortunately, there is still a nurse on their side. Olga and Hea are angels who are dedicated to fighting. Their combat effectiveness is far beyond that of ordinary angels. It is no problem to drag the 2 archangels to win. We will win. Ur. Hexunyo. The Lord of Jealousy waved his hand, and the distorted space separated into separate worlds, dragging the space where he and the 2 archangels were deep into the tomb, closer to the direction of the semi-finished gate of hell. Here, he is closer to the authority of hell, and his power is stronger. The 3 angels of Hea, together with the 3 giants of the Devil Alliance, and other small fry were left in place. The jealous Lord imposes a seal and does not allow outsiders to interfere with the battle. At the same time, it also blocked the way for Ur and Heshino to escape. They were very close to the gate of hell. Today, he tried his best to drag Heshino into hell and bring him to the 6 demon kings to explain clearly. Right now, the Lord of Jealousy only wants to do 3 things: fairness, fairness, and F***ck fairness. The dark sword's demonic energy reaches the sky, black mist fills the air, and infinite black chains are stretched out at the edge. A huge figure stood in the depths of darkness, holding a big sword in his hand and dancing boundless chains. The terrifying demonic power swallowed thousands of miles, mixed with the momentum like a boundless ocean, tearing the space and breaking up pieces of black turbulence. It's a little tricky, he's almost opening the gates of hell. Ur and Heshino look solemn, standing together against the Lord of Jealousy. Each of the 4 archangels has the power to fight against the 2 demon kings 1-on-2. But it depends on the occasion and the person. First of all, there is the occasion. This is a saying. Angels do not choose the occasion. It can be in heaven, on earth, or in hell. The devil can fight wherever he wants. It is the devil who chooses the occasion. In heaven and on earth, any one of the 4 archangels can defeat 2. Considering that the devil is not acclimatized in heaven, the archangel can win 2 battles in one fight, but in the world, he will not lose in one fight. In hell, the 7 demon kings have authority. It is difficult for the 4 archangels to defeat any demon king in a single fight. They usually use righteous group fights. What? The authority of heaven. It was in the hands of the Father before and will be in the hands of the Son in the future. It has nothing to do with the angels. Now that we've talked about the occasion, let's talk about the people. The Archangel's 1 versus 2 law does not apply to the Lord of Arrogance. In heaven, only Michael can defeat arrogance. In the world, the 2 are equally powerful. In hell, the Lord of Arrogance can defeat Michael. The strongest demon king has the qualifications to be arrogant. The 2 archangels sense the aura of authority, Each stretched out their 6 wings, and the radiant eyes of judgment opened behind their backs. Ur's weapon is a long spear, not the holy spear of heaven wholesaled by the papal state. It is very similar to the artifact he used in heaven. We cannot rule out the possibility that it was secretly sent to the human world during a certain advent. Mikhail also did the same operation, hiding the sword of oath that he forged with his own hands in the world. At the moment, this sword is in the hands of Heshino, which makes Ur particularly dazzled. He secretly thinks that this matter will not let go, and he must go to London to seek justice for his good friend. Heshino, you even showed your eyes of judgment, and you said you are not the archangel, the jealous demon body made an angry voice. I just use the power in the stigmata, that's all. Hexeuno smiled contemptuously, besides, you are a devil, who do you think will believe what you say? No need to waste words with the devil, they always regard lies as truth, come together and drive him back to hell, Ur sneered. As it should be. The 2 archangels nodded, and their swords and spears exploded with the mighty golden rule. The golden flames around them soared, shattering the entangled black chains. 2 beams of light separated the darkness, one on the left and the other on the right, and went straight towards the jealous people. Dark demonic body. Damn it, the world should really see the ugly faces of you angels. The Lord of Jealousy's eyes opened crimson, and the compressed space almost solidified. His sharp claws suddenly squeezed the space rendered into a red light and exploded. 2 6-winged white lights rushed out of the broken space, one on the left and one on the right, dragging and tearing the airflow, spreading the rolling waves of darkness, and arrived in front of the dark demon body almost instantly. The eye of judgment opened up a golden beam of light, crossed it, and chopped the dark demon body into pieces. Ho 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 ho. At the end of the boundless darkness, a dark ocean descends, as if a giant beast that devours the world is dormant in it. Its size is so large that it cannot be described in words. His power has reached such an extent. Hexeuno was secretly frightened. As long as the seal of heaven existed for one day, the 7 demon kings would not be able to arrive perfectly. He did not understand why the Lord of Jealousy put so much thought into it. No matter how you look at it, this is a business that is destined to lose money. Are you crazy? In comparison, the other 6 demon kings are much more rational. Heshino, I will drag you into hell. As for Ur, you will return to heaven here today. The giant beast that could devour the world opened its boundless mouth, and the loud sound caused the dark ocean, causing the whole world to shake. As he spoke, the Lord of Jealousy laughed loudly and untied the gate of hell in front of the 2 archangels, allowing all the devils present to borrow the authority of hell. I want to see rivers of blood. On the other side, the pressure on the 3 angels of Hades suddenly increased, and the momentum of the devils increased rapidly. Led by the big 3, they have strengthened to an incredible degree. Not only did the 3 angels not expect the sudden change, but the 3 giants were also stunned. They never expected that the Lord of Jealousy would be so kind and actually help them open the gate to hell. Why? X3. Is he preparing to sacrifice us? X3. In the devil's world, good intentions are destined to be unrewarded, and good intentions will only lead to suspicion. The 3 giants have only one idea. The Lord of Jealousy has a huge plan, and it is very likely that he will swallow up the Devil Alliance in one breath. Without thinking much, Malsha hurriedly contacted her master, the Lord of Lust, and asked him to come immediately. The containers have been adjusted and are very good. Come to the human world as soon as possible. The effect was average. The Lord of Lust jogged in the bedroom, panting and whimpering from time to time, and spoke vaguely. Martia was an old skilled worker and couldn't hear what she wanted to say. Martia was speechless. If the leader didn't come, she couldn't cover the situation at all. She was thinking about stopping the loss in time and withdrawing her investment and shares as quickly as possible, so as not to be killed by the Lord of Jealousy. In addition, She wanted to try what the treasure that made the leader covet for so long looked like. Beside Martia, Njima also had the idea of stopping the loss in time. It was not that he was timid, but the Lord of Jealousy was crazy. For a joke in heaven that no one believed, the whole person was crazy. Just in case, it is safer to be just in case. Two of the three giants had the idea of retreating. They obviously had an absolute advantage and initiative, but they retreated. It can be seen from this that if the devil can succeed, it must be that the angels have committed the 7 deadly sins. Tolas, the brain of the three giants, was also a little confused. He didn't believe the Lord of Jealousy, nor did he believe the two accomplices. Seeing that the two were silent and pretending to be deep, he guessed that the two were preparing to escape. Trash, you don't even have this little courage, and you still want to pull down a demon king? Tola secretly said disdain, and his mind contacted the main body of hell, sending the Death Knight Ranyi to the underground tomb. The knight has been trained, and it's time to let him kill everyone. The dark halo twisted, and a figure slowly walked out of the torn black crack. Death. The Headless Knight is coming. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 474. Boom. Black clouds were everywhere, lightning snakes were running fast, and black chains were falling from the dark sky. These chains connected the sky above and the earth below, which were the embodiment of the 7 deadly sins, representing the darkness between heaven and earth, and the world was full of sins. All the lives walking on them were sinful. In the boundless darkness, a complex golden magic circle was suspended in the air, with the majesty of the holy will, and was not afraid of the 7 evil sins. Hea and the other two stood above the magic circle, each holding a holy spear of heaven, and Fred, who could heal and control, was on top. The 3 angels stood on the stable structure of the golden triangle. Hea was wearing metal armor, and the shape was very sci-fi. Above him, the holy dragon of heaven was summoned, stretched his wings, and held the surging holy energy in his mouth, and was ordered to resist the enemies from the sky. Olga, who was also a reincarnated angel in charge of fighting, was called Ceciles in the human world. At this moment, he also put on a layer of metal armor, and the style was very similar to that of Hea. Under his feet, a golden lion with wings on its back was wearing armor, freely shuttling through space, coming and going without a trace, and was ordered to resist the sneak attack from below. There were too many devils. Putting aside the 3 giants whose strength had skyrocketed, there were still nearly 20 of them. It was really difficult for the 3 angels to resist such a terrifying lineup. Before the Lord of Jealousy untied the shackles of the gate of hell, the 3 angels dared to say that the outcome was unpredictable. Without a fight, why did they say they couldn't do it? After the shackles were untied, the devils gained the authority of hell and freely used the power in the territory, and the situation immediately changed dramatically. The devils looked at the defensive formation set up by the 3 angels and laughed one after another. The devils, like Wayne and the Dean, like to bully the weak, and the more you resist, the more excited this couple will be. While the devils laughed, they did not forget to praise the generosity of the Lord of Jealousy, guessing that the situation was difficult for the devil to fight too, and he was willing to give up power out of necessity. This is too little thought. For example, the 3 giants who thought too much, were terrified and planned to run away. Martia and Njima were already running away, with one leg on the territory of hell, waiting for the situation to change and immediately sending their thoughts back to hell. Tolas also wanted to run, but not now. He still had the Death Knight Ranyi. This trump card was extremely lethal, enough for him to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. The black channel opened, and the headless figure in black armor stepped into the underground tomb. In the hands of the Lord of Jealousy, the tomb ushered in earth-shaking changes. The devil and the angel confronted each other, and Ranyi didn't find where he was for a while. Death Knight, in the name of the devil, I order you to kill these 3 angels. Sitolas waved his hand and clasped a white skull with 5 fingers. Ranyi turned around and looked, the lifeless skull's upper and lower jaws clacked, and 2 white rays of light lit up in the black eye sockets. Boom! The murderous intent surged, and the air of death filled the air. The headless figure stepped towards Sitolas, wanting to take back his head. At this moment, Njima and Martya opened their palms and each took out a skull. 2 monarchs, a spider queen, and 3 giants jointly controlled Ranyi's head. They divided Ranyi's thoughts into 3 parts and held the keys to control Ranyi at the same time. A single key might not be able to control Ranyi, but the 3 demons exerted their strength at the same time, and Ranyi instantly forgot who he was. He didn't care who death was, and only had 3 angels in his eyes. The grey death cloak danced, stirring the space into sand, and an invisible force field spread out. Everything inside, whether visible or invisible, seemed to have experienced vicissitudes in an instant, and was annihilated under the accelerated decay of time. This knight is a little too strong. Even this is not his prime. He has no head, no horse, no knight sword, no faith, and self-will, and a bunch of negative buffs are added to the blank state. Around, the devils seemed to have thought of some terrible memories, and they retreated away, avoiding the terrifying death aura. These more than 10 people are not unknown people. They have names in hell. They are powerful beings called the 72 demon kings together with the 7 demon gods. They have experienced countless battles and betrayals to achieve their current status. They can feel at ease and show their cowardice, which shows how much shock Ranyi brought to them at the beginning. Haya's face was pale. Olga and Fred also said that a disaster was coming. They couldn't win in the first place. The Devil Alliance released the Death Knight. It might be difficult for them to hold on until the Archangel returned victorious. Free, why hasn't Archangel Hexunyo come yet? Olga asked calmly. Don't panic. The more critical the situation is, the calmer you should be. After all, this situation is very problematic, and panicking is useless. Mr. Wayne, no, the Archangel is in the underground tomb. He must have encountered a difficult enemy. Hold on a little longer, and he will come soon, Haya said firmly. I hope he'll be quick, otherwise. Olga didn't say what would happen otherwise. Just looking at the lifeless Ranyi, he knew that he was too late, and the 3 angels couldn't put together a complete pair of wings. Wayne. Ranyi's body stagnated, and his steps stopped where they were. The 3 skulls held by the 3 giants spoke at the same time. Angel over there, is Wayne also in the underground tomb? Yes, he came to destroy you, Haya replied unyieldingly. So that's it, I remember, he did step into Paris. Ranyi turned around and strode in a certain direction. He could sense that Wayne was here. Death Knight, where are you going? The 3 giants stared at Ranyi, who was talking to himself, and looked down at the key in their hands. It didn't work again. Why was the Death Knight so difficult to deal with? The key was effective, but it sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. The opponent was the 3 angels. Ranyi was obedient, but when he heard Wayne's name, sorry, the 3 keys were just a decoration. The reason was not the Shadow Nightmare, not the title of the Death Knight, but Yulia. Ranyi's mind was restricted and he couldn't think about too many things. He only remembered that Yulia practiced skills under Wayne's crotch, and it seemed that he practiced for a long time. He was upset and couldn't get interested in other things. He didn't know why this was the case. He thought about it carefully but couldn't figure it out. He just knew that he had to take Yulia back. Death Knight, come back, X3. The 3 giants exerted their strength at the same time and ordered the deserter to return to the battlefield immediately. Under the tug of thought, Ranyi paused, and after a moment, his steps became more firm, and he said, I have a promise to fulfill. He is waiting for me, and I can't break my promise. That's it? X3. The three giants stared with wide eyes, watching Ranyi leave uncontrollably. The three looked at each other for a moment, all speechless, and Sitolas spoke helplessly, "Think of it on the bright side. The purpose of our getting the Death Knight is to open the gate of hell. Now the purpose is basically achieved. It doesn't matter whether he is obedient or not. It sounds good, but the gate of hell is in the hands of the Lord of Jealousy." X2. Engiama and Martya felt helpless. The former lamented that it was too difficult to become a demon king, and the latter was speechless that their leader was unreliable. He was obviously the Lord of Lust, but he was addicted to lust and couldn't extricate himself. It's too difficult. X3. Life is not easy. The three giants sighed, looked at the angels together, and waved their hands to let the cannon fodder go first. "You have been strengthened by the Lord of Jealousy, send it quickly." Boom. More than 10 dark lights surged, and the colorful fields spread out, and the beautiful scenery of hell surrounded the three angels. Under the blessing of the authority of the hell territory, any field made the three angels exhausted. He. The underground tomb is close to the west entrance. The hearty laughter is carried by the wind and travels through the tomb passages. The echoes are endless. He tui. Wayne lowered his head and spit out a mouthful of white sputum, and raised his foot to crush it. This ball of white foam is the fog demon. The cultural level is average. He has not read the famous book. The silly husband got into his body. He didn't have time to use the life field of the demigod, and was whispered into a waste demon by the pervasive whispers. Died of ignorance and arrogance. Wayne commented like this, opened his right eye, opened the door to the underworld again, and dragged the last sleep demon into the abyss of death. Three brothers are neat and tidy. There are not many exorcists as kind as me these days. He. Wayne laughed heartily. It was his first time to try the power of God. It felt great to bully a weakling. The fog demon died under the crushing of the void life. He failed to pollute and was polluted. He was gone in an instant. Before leaving, he did not forget to give up some of the 7 deadly sins and left his name on the list of investors. In comparison, the three brothers of the sleep demon were very stingy. They opened the door, kicked people, and closed the door in one go, leaving nothing behind. "Sir Knight, can you stop laughing like that?" Code whispered, "It sounds bad. You are the chosen knight of God, a positive character. This is the laugh of a villain. You should be more sunny. Steamed bun, you don't support the device." Wayne waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed. He raised his hand to cover his right eye, and blood flowed out from between his fingers. The three saints were shocked and hurried forward to check. Sikla was the most panicked. Facing the angry eyes of Kote and Gilun, he hurriedly said, "It's impossible. I have never bled before. With the same power, he is more talented and it is impossible for him to be backlashed." "How is it impossible? He is a knight on our side. He cannot match the power of death." "Backlash is inevitable," Gilun said coldly. "Yes, I think so too." Kote nodded immediately and stared at Sikla, who looked like a girl next door, unhappily. "Tell me, you are an undercover sent by the devil." "I am not, I didn't." Sikla hurriedly denied it and almost blurted out the truth that Wayne was a Death Knight. Faced with the questioning of Kote and Gilun, she could not give a reasonable explanation. She was so anxious that she asked Wayne to open his eyes to see the injury. Wayne opened his bright eyes, raised his hand to wipe off the blood stains, and was intact, just like nothing happened. "You are not injured." X3. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't say I was injured. It's just a killing look. It's more appropriate to bleed at this time. It's the way it's acted." Wayne shrugged. "If you use your eyes too much, you must bleed, otherwise it's unprofessional." Sigma. The three were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. Sukla frowned and said, "Mr. Wayne, don't force yourself. If there is really a problem with your body, tell me now while it's still not too late." "Yes, Gilun and I will help you treat it," Code interrupted. The Sun Saint was eager to give it away for free, and she was very aggressive. She didn't like Sukla, who suddenly appeared, fearing that he would take advantage of her. "I'm not injured, I just think it's more handsome to bleed a little." Wayne shrugged, "My body is very good. Let alone 4 more devils, even if the headless knight comes, I can now." "Hey, it's really here." Wayne looked forward, and in the dark tomb passage, death surged like a tide, and the grey mist turned into a hideous skull, roaring silently at Wayne. In the grey mist, the headless knight stepped out in black armor. "Ranyi!" Sukla's eyes lit up and he shouted, "I am Sukla. We have met before. I am the saint of the Church of Death. Do you remember me?" Ranyi did not even raise his head. His mind was locked on Wayne. His chest and abdomen made a dull sound of rolling air waves. "Wayne, I said that you can't step on Paris, otherwise I will take away Shadow Nightmare." "Yes, you said it, but I still came." Wayne stepped forward, ignoring the lingering death aura. "I once promised Yulia that as long as I get the power to defeat you, I will rescue you from the devil." "Yulia?" Ranyi's body stagnated. "Is she okay? How is she doing?" "Very good, very happy by my side. I will accompany her every night." "She doesn't mention you much anymore," Wayne said truthfully. Ranyi clenched his fists. "Thank you for your care. Now hand her over to me. You have nothing to do in the future." "I'm afraid that won't work. It was you who drove her away. When she mentioned you, Yulia cried and told me that fairy tales are all lies and she never wanted to see you again." "That's impossible. You don't believe it?" Wayne raised his eyebrows. "How about I call her out and let her see your current predicament?" "No, no." Ranyi retreated repeatedly and raised his hands to block his headless figure. He didn't want Yulia to see his miserable appearance. X3. The 3 saints widened their eyes. Although they didn't know what the two were talking about, they looked very excited. "Yulia is the undead warhorse, forged by the goddess of death and given to the Death Knight. It has a certain connection with the Shadow Nightmare. If you hold the Shadow Nightmare, you will have the right to drive Yulia, which is considered a matching equipment." The 3 saints didn't know, even the Death Saint Sukla didn't know the name of the Death Warhorse. In addition, Wayne and Ranyi always called Yulia she, and the 3 saints couldn't help but imagine that Wayne and Ranyi were rivals in love. No wonder Wayne has always been thinking about a duel between men with Ranyi. It turns out there is such a hidden story. Sukla's breathing was rapid, and the bandages didn't block his eyes from shining. The 2 generations of knights had emotional entanglements. Wayne took Ranyi's lover away, and Ranyi refused to accept it. In order to get back his beloved, he agreed to this duel. "Oh my God, this is too exciting." The 3 saints retreated silently, and entered the state of eating melons in tacit understanding. "Fight! Fight! X3. You 3, go anywhere, don't get in the way here." Wayne waved his hand and told the 3 spectators to stay wherever they wanted. The 3 heads shook like rattles, and the reason was very good. Kota and Gilun possessed divine arts, summoning the goddess's phantom to descend, which could bring amplification buffs to their own knights. With them around, Wayne was in the strongest state. Sukla didn't want to leave either. 2 generations of death knights fought for jealousy, ugh, for the glory of the knights. As the saint of death, she had to stay here to witness the sacred and solemn duel. In short, they had to eat this melon. Don't waste time, just start the magic and go to Hea. The reincarnated angels need you more. The devils are in large numbers, remember to be careful, Wayne ordered. It was well founded and could not be refuted. The 3 saints wailed in their hearts and left the place reluctantly. Not only did Ronyi not stop him, but he also explained the current coordinates of the angels in Wayne's question. The two of them were focused and only had each other in their eyes, making this duel more sacred. The three saints were so excited that they wanted to stay and watch the battle. JPG. Who do you think Yulia likes more, Wayne or Ronyi? Sukla looked back every few steps. Wayne, Yulia is by his side now. Gilun was also greedy. I don't think so. It should be Ronyi. He came first. First love is always hard to let go. You seem to understand it very well. You have never been in love, Gilun was dissatisfied. It's written in the book. Excuse me, in our Sun Church, real men only have each other in their eyes. I think Wayne and Ronyi are also such men. Yulia is just a tool for getting to know each other. Now they don't have Yulia in their eyes. X2. Damn, what she said makes sense. X2. Hey, I don't know what you are talking about. Too complicated, I didn't understand it at all. Asshole, you two must have understood it. Because of the common topic and it was exciting enough, the three heads came together and the relationship was immediately closer. The three saints walked away, and Wayne and Ronyi looked at each other silently, both motionless. Headless Knight, looking at your current state, and not taking away the shadow nightmare, I think your sanity is still online, right? Wayne asked. I'm not the Dullahan. Dullahan, do you want to join hands with me to take back your head? I can't do it. Because of you, I can stay awake. Because of the honor of the night. Because of Yulia. What kind of answer is this? You are not serious, are you? Wayne raised his eyebrows, surprised by Ronyi's XP system. If it were true, the Headless Horseman would really be the master of trouble. Wayne had no problem with the Headless Horseman comparing himself to the Lord of Misery, but he was a pure love god of war and never wanted to become a little yellow guy. I understand. I hope you can stay awake forever in this duel. I will do my best to give you a hearty fight. You don't have to do your best, I'll help you stay awake. Wayne's lips curled up into a smile. It was safer to fight Ronyi in the form of the Pale Knight. However, after analyzing Ronyi's strange XP, he thought of another inhumane way of playing. More efficient. In order to resolve this battle as soon as possible, in order to fight against the devil, and for the sake of world peace, he could only aggrieve himself and become a little yellow hair without conscience. Clang. Wayne inserted his hand into the void and pulled out the shadow nightmare. The death energy spread throughout his body without turning into the skeleton of a death knight. After gaining the power of death, his control over the shadow nightmares has improved to a higher level, and he can perfectly control the shadow nightmares without changing his bones. My sword. Ronyi raised his hand slightly, put it back in mid-air, and said slowly, Wayne, don't let me see this sword. If I fail to overcome the pressure of thinking and take it away, you will definitely lose. By then, the kingdom of death will be hopeless. I don't think so. Wayne's eyes flashed with death, and he clenched the shadow nightmare and drew a black dotted line beside him. With the sound of rapid hoofbeats, an undead warhorse spewing purple magic flames jumped out. The dark portal closed. Yulia lowered her head and rubbed Wayne's head intimately. When she noticed the Headless Horseman standing opposite, she immediately took 2 steps back. Owner. I'm not, you got it wrong. Ronyi waved the cloak behind his back to block his face, not wanting Yulia to see his ugly appearance. It's you, I recognize you. Yulia took 2 steps forward, but was forced to stop when Wayne pulled the reins. Owner. Yulia said bitterly, Master, my former master was so miserable. Can you help him? Okay, but you have to listen to me. Wayne's thought transmission, I have found a way to deal with him, so, not only can I win this battle, I will also let you return to him. Master, you misunderstood. I also want to stay with you. You are both very good. Yulia hurriedly explained that she was not an ungrateful little mare and was very emotional. She wants them all. As expected of the horse I have ridden, follow the Lord. Wayne complained in his heart and continued to speak. How's it going? Do you remember what you just told me? Isn't it too shameful? Do you still want to save him? I think so, but this will make him very sad, and then I will also feel very sad. The long-term pain is worse than the short-term pain. You are doing this for his own good. Trust me, there will be nothing wrong. Oh. Wayne took care of the little mare in a few words, pulled the reins, and rubbed the horse's head in front of Ranyi. The grey cloak in Ranyi's hand was full of holes, bigger than the cracks between his fingers. It would be damned if he could block it. In addition, he had been stealing glances at Yulia. When he saw this scene, he immediately trembled all over. Yulia, tell me, who is your favorite master? It's you, I'm happiest with you, Yulia said without hesitation. How happy are you? Being with you, I am happier every day than I am with him for a year. I like you the most, Yulia said, rubbing her head. Who's better at riding, me or him? Wayne asked with a smile. How did the yellow hair come about? It's you, he can't do it. I didn't feel anything when he was riding me. Yulia turned her head slightly and glanced at Ranyi with disgust. You're so good, I'll give you a good ride tonight. Wayne patted the horse's head. 3 times, Yulia said coquettishly. You're so greedy, I'll just let you do it. Wayne patted Yulia, feeling that the atmosphere was about the same, and asked him to come to the side to witness the battle. Ranyi remained completely silent, but his trembling legs showed that he was not at peace inside. I picked out a meeting gift for you when you came. Wayne waved his hand and took out a faucet from his personal space, and used the death energy to corrupt it into iron filings. Now it seems that you can't use it. Such a desolate image is more suitable for a loser. Yulia will not come back to you, she likes strong riders. Asshole. Ranyi couldn't bear it any longer, waved his hand and gathered a sword of death energy, and went straight towards Wayne. The death energy boiled and roared out a poisonous curse that was as heart-piercing as a resentful spirit. Kill you. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 475. Without the shadow nightmare, Ranyi would still be invincible. A mediocre death chi sword in hand, with extraordinary martial arts. Well, Ranyi's martial arts skills are only average. Like other divinely chosen knights, he mainly focuses on flying with powerful bricks. The difference is that his force is greater and the bricks fly farther. The death energy sword tore apart the space. During the whistling, black cracks rolled and turbulent flowed. Along with Ranyi's unstoppable momentum, the space exploded and exploded with unparalleled momentum. Just a mediocre dash, and the entire underground tomb shook. Wayne didn't say a word, but held the shadow nightmare tightly to greet him. The swords touched each other, and the mighty death energy swept away and spread in all directions, eroding everything in its path. Except for Yulia, no life is qualified to watch the duel between 2 generations of death knights. The little mare held her breath and silently encouraged her master, praying to the goddess of death to defeat the powerful enemy. Not to mention that the goddess of death was doing sit-ups and could not protect herself. Even if prayers worked, with Yulia's repeated horizontal jumps, the goddess would not know which side to stand on. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the tomb passage collapsed. Large pieces of gravel and soil fell, touching the grey mist, and disappeared in an instant. The 2 sword lights are dazzling in vertical and horizontal directions, accompanied by the continuous sound of gold and iron. The arc of the sword light is dazzling, but in the chaos, there is also a flowing freehand and unrestrained, unique beauty that is pleasing to the eye. Ranyi held the sword in both hands and marveled at Wayne's terrible talent. He was born to eat death. The air was so perfect that unlike him, he couldn't even practice the most basic religious piety. Yulia, who are you happiest with? It's you. Who do you want to be with in the future? It's you, it's you, it's you. I take it back, this air sucks. Clang. The two swords collided, the Shadow Nightmare sword pressed down, and the cold front opened a bright light, easily cutting through the Death Chi sword. The two weapons are not at the same level. Ranyi can use the death energy to fight against the Shadow Nightmare, all because of his own understanding of the death energy. If it were any other demigod, he would have been chopped into ashes by a sword. The sword of death was broken, and there was no longer any obstacle in front of the Shadow Nightmare, and the blade swept down. Nothing was broken. If the opposite limb is amputated above the neck, there is no such thing as a head. Ranyi stepped back, turned his hand and shook it, and the broken sword was repaired as before. The death cloak danced behind him, and wisps of grey light came out, like fireflies all over the sky, covering Wayne tightly. Suddenly, the grey light spots turned into tiny sword blades, and the sword net of death chi penetrated downwards, weaving countless fierce sword lights with thunderous momentum. Wayne was in the sword net, and his body ignored the death energy interspersed by the large net. It's useless, you and I are both death knights. Although you have more service than me, you may not have more knowledge than me. These death energy will hurt you, not me. The same as you. It's different. I'm stronger than you, and there's Yulia waving flags and shouting. You're physically disabled and mentally disturbed, so you can't be my opponent, Wayne said slowly. There is no doubt about Ranyi's strength. Wayne gets excited just thinking about being able to have a battle between real men with such a powerful enemy. It's a pity that it can't be hot. Now is not the time to be a real man, you must calm down. Mona brought news that the Lord of Jealousy had tampered with the gates of hell and could exercise the power of the Demon King in the human world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had arrived in his true form. The situation of Heshino and Ur is not ideal. The three angels of Hea are also surrounded by the Devil Alliance. The top priority is to get Ranyi's head back as soon as possible. Only when Ranyi wakes up can he successfully drive the group of devils back to hell. The Lord of Jealousy didn't know why he went crazy, and he suddenly started a loss-making business. He didn't have the calculating style of the big devil. Wayne couldn't understand it, and he didn't have time to think about it. Anyway, there is a conspiracy. Because the Lord of Jealousy went crazy, it became more difficult to get Ranyi's head back, catching Wayne off guard. Fortunately, things didn't turn around for a while. After Ranyi joined the devil's camp, he learned the local characteristics of the devil to trick his teammates, and he just followed the Romans. It can be seen that Ranyi has been suppressing, or in other words, resisting the devil's orders. The best evidence of this is the lack of attempts to snatch the Shadow Nightmare. With no head, no horse, no sword, and most of his mind fighting against orders, he was already handicapped, but now he was even more handicapped. Wayne didn't feel the pressure of the strongest knight chosen by Ranyi. He had no big moves, all were flat A, and some small skills were not outstanding, and he could easily resist them with the help of Shadow Nightmare. Coupled with Yulia's heartbreaking words on the side, Wayne played very easily. Bite. After the dizzying attack and defense, the two long swords collided again. It was still the Shadow Nightmare that cut through the Death Chi sword, but this time, Ranyi was kicked in the chest and flew out like a cannonball. Headless Horseman, you let go. Your mind is too confused. You don't know what you are doing or why you are fighting. You can't be my opponent. Wayne stepped forward, overturned the broken sword with one sword, and struck again. A kick touched Ranyi's chest. Master, you are the best, Yulia then added another blow. Ranyi's thoughts were confused and he was furious after hearing this. He didn't repair the broken sword immediately. He opened his 5 fingers and made a distant move at the Shadow Nightmare. Just when he was about to grasp the hilt of the Shadow Nightmare sword, A powerful repulsive force pushed him away. The shadow nightmare refused the summons. This power comes from Wayne's right eye, where the homeless goddess of death resides. Wayne is just a trainee Death Knight. In terms of the priority of Shadow Nightmare, he is definitely inferior to Ron Yi. However, Shadow Nightmare is the creation of the goddess of death, and the priority of the goddess is higher than Ron Yi. The goddess can give the Shadow Nightmare to whomever she wants, but Wayne can't. He holds the goddess's hand and swings the sword. Ron Yi can still snatch the sword from the goddess's hand. Laughing to death, I really thought Ron Yi was him. Ron Yi must have faith. Unlike him, who has always been thinking about hitting the goddess. Ron Yi failed to hold the Shadow Nightmare, and her chaotic thinking suddenly became much clearer. She looked at Wayne in horror and said in disbelief, "You, goddess, rejected me." "Yes, the goddess is with me." Wayne squinted his eyes, a gleam of darkness flashed in his eyes. The god of pure love put on a minotaur mask without conscience, and made a yellow-haired voice, "Shadow Nightmare, Yulia, goddess, what was originally yours is now with me. Bien, why are you fighting me? Just admit defeat. The goddess is inside me too." Ron Yi replied silently. He was different from all the chosen knights. He was not a life in the ordinary concept. His life was given by death. "What, you have nothing to say, or are you ready to surrender?" Wayne continued to output, suppressing Ron Yi's will to fight. "To be honest, your performance makes me very disappointed. It is too weak. Is it because of chivalry or looking down on others?" Ron Yi did not answer the question, and a dull sound came from his chest and abdomen, "You are not my successor. The goddess values you very much. Protect yourself and don't take risks with the goddess." Wayne frowned, the effect of suppression appeared, Ron Yi's fighting spirit dropped rapidly, but it was different from what he imagined. As expected, the sufferer knelt on his knees, looked up to the sky and shouted no, with Huang Mao riding Yulia away in the background, and a melodious background music. "It would be nice to have a phone booth, it's still snowing." At this moment, Ron Yi seemed to be thinking more clearly. "No doubt, I did think of something. Because of your appearance, I could stay awake temporarily. I couldn't resist the devil's order, so I passed the target of killing to you," Ron Yi explained. Ron Yi didn't say the specific reason, but said bluntly, "How are you going to help me get my head back? Do you have a plan? You can try to trust me. The first step in the plan is to knock you down." "Then what?" "Then." Wayne touched his head and smiled without saying a word, "Ja. Deep in the great tomb. Far away from the gate of hell, the alliance of devils surrounded the three angels. Because it was a tailwind situation, every devil seemed invincible. A headwind game is another scene. Every devil is scratching his or her feet, fearing that his teammates will run ahead of him. The three Haya gradually became exhausted and were waited upon by more than a dozen devils in turn. They were about to be defeated and captured. Here, the devils are already popping champagne and discussing how to divide the spoils. These two female angels are really good looking. I want to corrupt them with my own hands. Too greedy. I only want the dirty one. She matches lust very well. She only needs a little bit of the 7 deadly sins to become a perfect succubus. Since no one wants it, that male angel belongs to me. I didn't say no. You bastards are so naive. How can angels fall so easily? There is only one successful case in the whole hell so far. There is something that even the Lord of Arrogance can't do. Do you really think you can succeed? Then what do you think we should do? It's only fair that everyone has a share. I want ass. I want my head." The devils were full of filthy words, but the three angels were unmoved, especially Hea. She had heard even worse things when she lived in a small dark room in Prussia. The three giants ignored the demons who let themselves go. They looked down at the keys in their hands and tried to control the Death Knight again and again, but failed. "What's going on? Hasn't it been adjusted?" Ngoyama complained, blaming Said Auras for being unreliable. "It was originally trained." Citrus also wanted to complain. He had owned the Death Knight's head for several years. He was very sure that he had finished training it last month, and he could let the Death Knight do whatever he wanted. Who would have thought that it suddenly stopped working today? Hiss. The dark portal opened, and a Death Knight in black armor jumped out on an undead horse. Headless, but with a horse, and a white knight sword surrounded by death in his hand, the Shadow Nightmare. Ranyi. The three giants were shocked. They tightened the white skull in their hands and confirmed that the key was still in their hands. This made them feel relieved. "No wonder I suddenly lost control. It turned out that I went to take back the Shadow Nightmare." Citrus murmured and narrowed his eyes. "Death Knight, kill the three angels and take their heads and present them to me." The undead warhorse spit out purple flames, stamped its front hooves on the ground, and headed straight for the three angels in the center of the battlefield. Ahead, a demon with bared fangs and claws blocked the way. Ranyi raised the Shadow Nightmare, attacked from behind, and chopped off its head with a sword. The gray cloak spread out, and the terrifying death auras spurted out, turning into gray tentacles, spreading and waving, ignoring the enemy and friends. Several tentacles wrapped around and rolled up the devil's head and headless body into the air. A surging death energy erupted, erasing its thinking and will before it could exert its authority and domain. The real body of the devil is in hell, and what has been erased is only the thoughts that came to the world and the container that came. The devil is not really dead, but there are too many thoughts coming to the world, causing heavy losses, causing the power of hell to decline significantly. Everyone knows the ethos of hell. This devil has lost the ability to protect its territory, and the results can be imagined. The Death Knight understands fairness and understands the principle of not worrying about scarcity but inequality. He brings equality and will not let just one devil suffer, but also pursues other devils. X3. The three giants glared at each other, and Citrus was paralyzed. "It all depends on what I do. You two also share the key. Hurry up and give the order." "Why should I give the order? What does their life and death have to do with me, just because everyone has formed an alliance?" X2. Njiyama and Malsha pretended not to hear, and one of them even secretly ordered the Death Knight to kill a few more. That's what the devil is like. Citrus didn't say anything. The three giants lined up in a row with keys, looking like they were exerting their strength. For those who didn't know, they thought they were really trying to control the Death Knight. A dozen devils, after a brief panic, joined forces to launch a siege on the Death Knight. "Don't be afraid. He has no head and his strength is not as good as before. If we swarm him, he may not be able to kill us all." "That's good, but why are you standing behind me?" There was chaos in the field, and a dozen demons were surrounded by Death Knights and chased around. Not far away, the three saints who took the first step but arrived late were squatting in the corner, watching the changes in the field, their faces turned pale. "Why is the headless horseman here? Could it be?" Coat said dryly. "Impossible, Wayne is so strong, there's no way he could lose to Ranyi." Gilun didn't believe it. "After all, he is the strongest knight chosen by God." Sakra's words were bitter. The Shadow Nightmare finally returned to Ranyi's hands. Wayne did not appear. It was most likely heroic. Damn it, why did things develop like this? Sakra was sad, angry, and desperate. After years of hard work, she lost every move. She couldn't see the future in her eyes. At this moment, she just wanted to try her best to give it a try. Do or die. Sakra waved his hand to untie the bandage, opened his right eye, stared at the three giants holding the key, and released all the power in his eyes with full firepower. Squeak. The gate of Hades made of bones and rusty iron slowly opened behind the three giants, and three skeletal arms stretched out and held the bodies of the three giants. Opening the door, kicking the door, and closing the door all in one go. After easily defeating the toughest enemy, Sakra called it a fluke, and then, a powerful wave of exhaustion swept through his body. Previously, the thoughts of the goddess of death were in my eyes, and I could use my ultimate move whenever I wanted. Apart from a little mana consumption, there was nothing wrong with the rest. It doesn't work now. The goddess of death has moved her mind and fallen into Wayne's clutches. If she continues to enlarge her moves without restraint, she may bleed out due to excessive use of her eyes. Click. After the gate of Hades disappeared, the three giants stepped out of the space crack, announcing that Sakra's sneak attack had completely failed. Sakra's face turned pale for a moment, and he fell into complete despair. Sensing the malicious gaze of the three giants, Kothi and Gilun also activated their magic and tried to make a last stand as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Calm down, those three demon kings are not something we can defeat. You two leave first, and I will take the rear. Sakra spoke quickly, go back, Wayne must have encountered some trouble, you two go help him. Then you are not dead. X2. The two saints' eyes widened. After a brief acquaintance, they reversed their prejudices and their favorable impression of Sakra continued to rise. Time was running out, and the two of them didn't waste any time. Gilun raised his hand and slapped Sakra on the back with a healing spell. He grabbed Kota's wrist and led him to escape from the place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. As Sakra said, the big three are too powerful and cannot be defeated even by using magic to summon the goddess to fight on their behalf. Instead of leaving them to die in vain, it is better to rescue Wayne. If he was fast, he might be able to save Sakra at the critical moment. Sakra stepped forward, blocking the running backs of his two teammates. She knew very well that Wayne and Ranyi were both Death Knights, and Ranyi got the Shadow Nightmare, which showed that Wayne was dead, and the two saints could not find anything. There is no need to involve other churches in the grudges of death. She has no future. If Kothi and Gilun, who have a future, survive, it can be regarded as fulfilling the teaching of respecting life. The power of death, it turns out that you have been causing trouble in the big tomb. Malsha held the key in her hand and raised the corners of her purple lips, Death Knight, kill her. The dark portal opened, and the Death Knight who was killing everyone abandoned all the demons and rode an undead warhorse to come to Sakra. The blade of the sword passed through the cold light, and a thrust penetrated Sakra's chest. The long sword was raised and Sakra was lifted into the air. Sakra's eyes suddenly shrank, and the surging death energy exploded in his body in an instant. He felt that his eyes were fully charged, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Ah! 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 Before she could finish her words, the Death Knight threw the cold rag to the ground and raised his hand to wipe away the non-existent blood stains on the blade. Killing without blood, Shadow Nightmare can always do it. Sakra's body was full of lifeless energy. After landing, he rolled twice, his eyes dimmed, his head tilted and he died. She is worthy of being a saint of the Church of Death. She is absolutely professional in pretending to be dead. She is countless times better than those who just walk around. Boring. Malsha shook her head slightly. Sakra was already determined to die and faced death without any struggle. The Death Knight was also ruthless and didn't talk much, so she couldn't enjoy a sad farewell. This is very boring. In the field, a group of devils steadied their steps and cast glances at the big three that dared not say anything but anger. Together, you can make the Death Knight obedient. XN. The sight was too unsightly, and she was somewhat useless. Malsha waved her hand and pointed at the angel's turtle shell formation, Death Knight, kill them all. Whether she wanted to kill an angel or one of her own people, Malsha moved her small hand and covered a huge area. No one knew who she was referring to. Devils are also ghosts. When they saw this situation, they cursed and ran away like they were running away. The dark portal opened, and the undead warhorse stepped into it. The next second, the portal opened behind Marcia, and the cold sword light slid down ruthlessly, falling from the top of Marcia's head to between her legs. 2 equal parts. There was a bloodline on Marcia's face, and before the blood spurted out, it was corroded into ashes by the strong death energy. When she fell to the left and right, there was still disbelief in her eyes. Who am I? Where am I? Is this a fake key in my hand? The Death Knight went berserk and launched an attack on his master. The closest ones, Cyderas and Ngiama, were shocked. The former retreated far away, while the latter was too late to leave. Seeing the Shadow Nightmare coming, he roared and completed the half-dragon's transformation. At the same time, the Death Knights were ordered not to attack. Aha! White light swept across, a mutated arm fell to the ground, and the white skull jingled and rolled twice. Ngiama screamed and retreated, reshaping his broken arm with his mind, holding a bloody giant axe in his backhand, and did not immediately grab the skull, but cautiously retreated to Surt Auras. On the other side, the Death Knight waved his hand, picked up the fallen skull, and placed it on his empty neck. Ja. White light danced in the black eye sockets, the Death Knight laughed wantonly, and the undead warhorse stepped on the ground with its front hooves, trampling the split Marcia on the ground. Another white light lit up, and as Marcia screamed, the arm holding the skull was cut off by the sword light. The Death Knight held the slender hand, entangled it with death energy and corrupted it into bones and ashes, then held the skull in both hands and placed it on his neck. The two skulls slowly fused, and the beating white light spots in the eyes turned into blazing white flames. 3 keys, 2 returns. How could this be possible? What happened? Citrus held the last key and tried it again without giving up. He was very sure that the key was genuine and the Death Knight still obeyed his orders. Reality is not like that, the Death Knight is completely out of control. Since ancient times, good ministers chose their masters and killed them. If you believe me, if you don't go to hell, who will? The Death Knight opened his upper and lower jaws and laughed loudly. If I can betray the goddess, I will naturally betray you. It's not surprising. I, the Headless Knight, am such a villain without faith. As he spoke, he did not forget to continue to torture Marcia under the horse's hooves. Every time the sword light swept across, the beautiful figure was torn to pieces. It can't be called torture. It's simply that the vitality of the 3 giants is too tenacious. They can still survive in the face of death. Marcia wanted to leave, but now that she was humiliated, she didn't want to stay for a moment. She decomposed her thoughts and turned into a black mist and rushed towards the gate of hell. Originally there was no need for such trouble, but because of the modifications made by the Lord of Jealousy to the gate of hell, Marcia's mind had to take this path if she wanted to return to hell. Beauty, you've already come. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Why don't you stay and do something happy? The grey tentacles swept over, spreading and churning wildly, tearing the black mist apart, wantonly humiliating and strangling Marcia's thinking. The clay man still has a certain amount of fire, not to mention Marcia, who is the king of hell. The Spider Queen proclaimed herself king. She did not want to be played between the tentacles of the Death Knight. She exploded the 7 deadly sins and gave the Death Knight a head-on blow. Wow.jpg. Yes, this Death Knight is Wayne, and his plan to deal with the devil has always been simple and crude. Undercover. Get inside the devil. Wayne's head was dispensable, so he put on the Death Knight's vest and picked off the skull at will. Whether he had a big head or not was not important to him. He pretended to be Ranyi, stabbed Sakra to death, lowered the vigilance of the big 3, and then attacked from behind, successfully grabbing 2 keys. Very smooth. Except for the fact that Citrus was too cautious and ran away when the situation was bad, resulting in failure to get the 3rd key, everything else was perfect. You are not a Death Knight. Citrus frowned. You are Wayne, the Death Knight of London, right? I hid it so deeply and you saw through it. It seems that you are still a devil with brains, Wayne said in a sinister tone. You didn't hide it, and you spoke in a devilish manner. A real Death Knight would not be so depraved. Citrus held the last key tightly. You admit it so easily, aren't you going to continue the show and snatch this head away too? No, I already have 2 keys. Now I am the master of the Headless Horseman. Wayne laughed wildly. Devil, you misunderstood. I am not so kind to save the Headless Horseman. I just think that he is so powerful that it would be a pity to treat him like a dog for you. If it were me, he would be just as good. To be honest, in terms of shareholding ratio, Wayne has the final say in Headless Horseman Ranyi's company now, and he is the major shareholder. 666, you are the devil. X2. Cert Oras strongly suspected that Wayne had the devil's blood flowing in his body. With his script skills, no normal person could read out the script. It doesn't look like acting. Snap. Snap. Crisp footsteps sounded, and the headless knight Ranyi entered the scene holding a death chi sword in his hand, and his mind received 2 orders at the same time. One is from Wayne and one is from Citrus. Ranyi chose Wayne without hesitation, and with his headless body he raised his sword and attacked the demons, killing them with their heads rolling around and crying for their father and mother. The demons did not want to stay in the human world and sacrifice in vain, so they headed straight towards the gate of hell. The headless horseman did not pursue them, but surrounded Cidaras and Ngoima with Wayne one after another. Shikla, who fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, had the professionalism of an actor. She would not move unless the director called out. Squinting her eyes, she saw Ranyi in front of her and Wayne behind her. 2 generations of Death Knights had arrived, and she felt so safe that she just wanted to lie down like this forever. The 3 angels dispersed to defend the turtle shell formation without stopping, chasing down the fleeing demons. The 3 birdmen teamed up to stop the slowest one first, and swarmed him when he called for help, using the group fighting tactics that the Angel Legion was best at. Under normal circumstances, angels call this tactic justice from heaven, either divine judgment or holy light judgment. The main focus is great righteousness, which is in line with the positive image of heaven. Because it was a headwind situation, the demons were only focused on running away. They clearly had the advantage in numbers and strength, but they didn't look back and were defeated by the 3 angels with an arrogant record. For those who didn't know, they thought it was 3 seraphs who were chasing them. We're the only ones left, now 2 versus 2, it's fair. Wayne threw out the shadow nightmare with his hand, and the white knight's sword flew out in a spin. Saitolas and Ngoima did not want to take any chances and chose to avoid it. Behind, Ranyi raised his hand to catch the shadow nightmare. The moment his 5 fingers clenched the hilt of the sword, his heartbeat seemed to tremble. The headless horseman, in the name of my Death Knight, order you to kill them. Wayne nodded the skull head on his head. I'm not the headless horseman. Ranyi retorted, raising his hand to brush the shadow nightmare, as if he was caressing Yulia. Old friend, I haven't seen you for a long time. Today you will go on an expedition with me. Wash away the shame. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 476. 222. The 2 top demon kings of hell sacrificed their life domains. Under the control of the Lord of Jealousy, the power of hell was exerted, and the demonic power was so great that it was definitely not comparable to the demons being hunted by the angels. This was indeed the case. Sitolas and Giama were very famous in hell and also had a great reputation in heaven. Their opponents had always been high-level middle-level angels of the level of cherubim. The only ones who dared to say that they were better than the two demon kings were the three cherubim with 7 virtues. Sitolas and Giamas stood back to back. The former's life domain was a dark sky, and the latter's was a sea of blood, worthy of the name of the tyrant of night and blood. The dark sky seemed to be painted with thick ink, and the twisted vortex swallowed all the light and hope, shrouding the whole world in a depressing shadow. The shadow was constantly twisting and deforming, and only a vague outline could be seen. Occasionally, a dull sound sounded, which was like the suffocation and depression of a strangled throat, and the whisper was like a ghost, with a piercing chill. On the other side of the darkness was a blood-red world. This sea of blood was boundless, with turbulent waves and rolling blood waves. Countless broken limbs and debris floated, and with the ups and downs of the blood waves, a low and strange roar was emitted. Blood rose, and red mist filled the sky and the earth. Occasionally, a red lightning flashed across, revealing a distorted cloud layer that was rendered into a strange dark red. Those clouds looked like the faces of sinful devils, looking down from above, peeking at this terrifying sea of blood. Lord of the Night vs Headless Night. Lord of Blood vs Death Knight. Sitolas held the last key, and firmly believed that this key could still control the Headless Knight, seize the initiative, and leave the insidious and cunning Wayne to Giama. Giama and Wayne are old acquaintances. Back then on Dragonheart Island, the hell joke who thought he was stealing the faith of the sea god was him. "Oh, it's you, I remember you." Wayne raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to chat with Giama for $10. Halfway through his words, his crotch loosened and his legs fell to the ground. Yulia is gone. Summoned by the shadow nightmare, he went from Wayne's crotch to Ranyi's crotch. Wayne secretly said that he was unlucky. He would not complain about anything as a pure love war god wearing a bullhead mask. Only the victims and losers would chatter. Mature bullhead war gods know that instead of complaining, they might as well ride hard in front of Ranyi some other day. Ranyi held the artifact Shadow Nightmare in his hand, and Yulia, who was screaming under his crotch, was majestic. Except for his head, he had not found it yet. He was almost back to the peak of his life. Look at Wayne, this is how Yulia was used. The victim cried out in his heart, calling out love, bondage, and so on. Riding his horse and holding his sword, he charged into the dark world. The surging death energy swept away, wiping everything in front of him into ashes. The life domain can reverse the essence of life and force the enemy to become his own dependent creation, but this law cannot be fulfilled on Ranyi. Sitolas knew Ranyi's horror very well, and he sacrificed the power of hell, raising his descending mind to the strongest state, turning into the light of darkness, and entangled with the chains of the 7 deadly sins and rushing towards the headless night. Under the chains of the 7 deadly sins, there was the image of a black-robed wizard, holding a black rapier in his hand, and his long robe fell down to the unclean light of the pentagram. At the same time, Yulia spread out a grey magic circle under his feet, stepped on the place where he fell, left a teleportation mark, and solidified the corrosion of death, making it impossible for the darkness eroded by death to return to its original state. Ranyi did not have the so-called life domain, and the chosen knights who relied on artifacts did not have it. His power was not cultivated by himself, but solidified to the semi-god realm with the help of artifacts. This is why Mura repeatedly warned Wayne that he must not give up the realm of magician training just because he got the elemental mantra. The knight can ascend to heaven in one step, but he can't walk the road afterwards. This is also the reason why knights are so powerful. They don't need microcontrol when they are bullying weak enemies, but they are more powerful in microcontrol when fighting strong enemies. Of course, Ranyi is different from other god-chosen knights. He is special. He has no life domain and has nothing to do with Shadow Nightmare. His strength has nothing to do with god-chosen artifacts. Boom. Shadow Nightmare chopped down Sitolas with a sword. Facing the endless black chains, he shook the reins in his hand, shuttled through the portal, and chase Sitolas with another sword. Ranyi is not in his prime, and Sitolas is not either. He is also weakened. Sitolas is still not Ranyi's opponent. The battle is one-sided at the beginning. There are no cannon fodder and teammates this time, and there is no sneak attack from behind the god. If nothing unexpected happens, the battle is settled. On Wayne's side, after losing Yulia and Shadow Nightmare, it was meaningless to continue wearing the vest of the Death Knight. He waved his hand to disperse the death energy around him, restored his human appearance, and held Ranyi's head in his hand. "Is it you?" Ngiyama's eyes widened, and he was furious in an instant. It was this human who made him a joke in hell and made the headlines for a while. If it weren't for the kind devils such as the Thousand Eyes Demon and the Lord of Jealousy who sacrificed their lives to help him, he would have dominated the list for many years and been laughed at until now. "Why, the Blood Tyrant only recognized me now," Wayne pouted and threw the skull into the portable space. Careless. The devil's intelligence ability was too poor. He thought the other party had guessed it long ago. If he had said he didn't know, he could continue to pretend. Maybe he could trick the other party next time. The crocodile man roared, and his eyes burst into red magic ripples, pulling the blood in Wayne's body to run wild. The effect was average. No blood was found in Wayne's body. It was a white void, nothing. Wayne's body floated up and slowly drifted into the sea of blood. To Ngiyama's surprise, he pushed open the life force field with a diameter of 3 meters. Opening the life force field in the realm of demigods, since you want to die, no, want to be a dog, then I will grant your wish. After a brief surprise, Ngiyama showed a crazy joy on his face. The authority strengthened his thinking, and the realm went all out to erode the life force field to turn Wayne into his own appearance. A mere legendary wizard, without shadow nightmares, is nothing. In the corner, Sukla lay motionless, just like dead. Lying flat with a clear conscience, she didn't want to move at all. This death saint was already useless. Sukla had a reason to lie down. 2 generations of death knights came, and it was the same with or without her. Besides, she had long wanted to play badly. She used to fight alone and couldn't play. Now she is holding 4 thighs, so what's wrong with her playing? If any other saint was like her, with 2 chosen ones charging into battle, they would all lie down like her. Speaking of saints, here comes the saint. Kot and Gilun were running back and forth in the underground tomb, but their powerful magic was useless. Kot was full of energy, and running back and forth was effortless, and she could even run a few more laps. Gilun's body was obviously a little weak, and his white and tender body looked very soft. If it weren't for the archer's good arm strength, Kot would have left him far behind. The 2 saints saw the life field in the distance, and then looked at the angels chasing a group of demons, and they didn't understand what happened at all. I remember that when they left, the angels were obviously surrounded, and there was also the Death Knight Roni. How come they were gone when they turned around? The 2 of them lurked carefully and took back the bodies of their comrades. Looking at Sukla, whose face turned pale, his clothes were torn, and he didn't breathe at all, the 2 fell into a long silence. Damn it! Kote's eyes were red, and he punched the ground. Wayne was not found, Sukla was dead, and I didn't help at all. Gilun felt a little sad, brushing Sukla's face, thinking of the time when he ran away. Sukla's back was firm, facing the 3 demon kings without cowardice. Thinking about himself who did nothing, he couldn't help but sigh. Gilun, can she be saved? It's all over. Gilun murmured, and said slowly, Wayne has gone somewhere, we can't wait any longer, we must do something. Ah, you want to use that trick? Kot swallowed, she will die, and I will die with her. She will die only if she is unlucky. I calculated it before, and the probability is 90%, which is already very high. 90% chance of survival. Die. Kot's face fell, and she complained, "If I had known I would die, I should have rushed into the house that night, at least I could have a good time, huh, at least I could have completed the task assigned by the goddess. Now it's good, the person is dead, and the oracle has not been executed. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Are you doing that for the goddess's oracle? It's obviously your own idea." Guilun frowned. "What kind of mess do you usually watch? Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's not destined to die after a narrow escape. You and I will summon the will of the goddess together. Even if we really die, our thoughts will follow the goddess to the kingdom of God. They are saints. It's not so easy to die. If we try, we may be able to avenge Sukla." Kota nodded. The two saints put their hands together and chanted something, trying to perform a magic that has never appeared on the chosen continent. The two goddesses of the sun and the moon are really close, and they have even developed a combination skill. Looking into the reason, the goddess of nature is too tight. They want to get along with their good sisters, and they have no way to retreat. At this time, Sukla raised his hands and put them on their wrists respectively. X2. "Asshole, why didn't you die?" Kota was furious, and her little pearly white flowed. "Isn't it good for me to be alive?" In the scolding of Kota and Guilun, Sukla explained the changes in the field in a concise and refined language. She promised Wayne that she would not reveal the identity of the other party's death knight, and she made up a big scene of Wayne's descent from heaven to barely fool him. "After we separated at the entrance, Wayne defeated Roni. He arrived here before us, so you two found nothing when you returned. Killed the Spider Queen, cut off one of the Blood Tyrant's arms, and took away the two keys that controlled Roni. Roni and Wayne fought against the two strongest demon kings, and the other demons were scared. You don't have to risk your life, just lie down like me. I lay down for several days in the office, and I am still lying down in the tomb. Then I came here for nothing." Kota widened her eyes, and her sense of honor made her refuse to lie down. "You are a saint, but you have no ambition at all," Guilun said contemptuously. "What's wrong with lying down?" Sukla whispered. She had fought and struggled, and now she has finally gotten what she deserves, and she can lie down with a clear conscience. Even if the goddess came, she couldn't stop her from lying down. Seeing that Sukla really lay down while talking, Kota and Guilun looked disgusted. They looked at each other, used magic to summon a substitute, and walked towards the direction of the angel. Seeing this, Sukla had no choice but to follow. She touched her eyes. She was a little bloated after being strongly injected by Wayne. She used 2 big moves to digest it. The three of them entered the room, the phantoms of the two goddesses Sun and Moonlight appeared, and the door to the kingdom of the underworld opened, putting even greater pressure on the demons. At this time, due to the adverse situation and the resolute implementation of the regional culture of dead Taoist friends but not poor Taoists, the number of devils has been reduced by more than half, and the current number is only 5. At first, they did nothing and just ran at the front. Then, they guessed the outcome and did not take action for fear of being treated as cannon fodder. Then, they knew it was time to take action, but they could do nothing. Now, if only I could have done something, it was already too late. It's hard to say where the orthodoxy of Shinra is. The orthodoxy of Hell must be in Windsor. The operations of insects are the same. Hea was panting and looking at the last 5 devils. Her towering chest was rising and falling, and she was panting like a blower. The same was true for Olga beside her. Except that her side profile was much different, she was also panting very hard. He was so tired that even though Fred frantically added milk and Sakra and 3 others came to help him, he still fell into extreme fatigue due to the high-intensity battle. I couldn't hit it anymore, and the hand holding the gun was shaking. If the 5 devils counterattacked at this time, they would each have a beautiful woman and a handsome blonde guy. But they were too stupid. They glanced at the roaring life field, fearing that they would delay their escape, so they ran away without looking back. The 3 angels and 3 humans could only watch the devils leave. Sakra put on a bandage and overused her eyes. Nothing happened to her, and she was finally able to lie down again. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the space where the large underground tomb was turned upside down. A dark spiral passage spread across the dome. The strong winds whipped people up and made them unsteady. The terrifying gravity swept away the 5 devils and dragged them directly into it. Gate to hell! Hea exclaimed and hurriedly said, "Get out of here quickly. Once you fall into hell, you will never be able to return to the human world." As he finished speaking, he saw 2 white lights walking away, and Olga and Fred had disappeared. 1 second she was a comrade who was advancing and retreating together, and the next second she was left behind. Fred was a little better. He had been saved by Wayne before. He remembered the gift of the Archangel and didn't forget to give Hea a buff before leaving. "This is the last mouthful of milk, and I can't squeeze it out even if I try hard." Under the cover of the gate of hell, the space of the underground tomb was isolated. Large areas of soil and bones were suspended, and were swept into the spiral and sunken black passage above by the strong wind. The gate of hell is like an upside-down staircase. Although the person who steps on it goes upwards, he goes straight to hell. The space was weightless, and the 3 of Sakra floated slowly. Their physical strength was exhausted, and most of their thinking was consumed. It was difficult to perform magic. They used the most common wind magic to stabilize their balance and stayed away from the gate of hell under the urging of magic. The speed was too slow, and Hea couldn't stand it anymore. With Kota in her left hand and Sakra in her right hand, Gilun hugged her neck, flapped her wings and sped away. Gilun's vision turned dark. She was well proportioned and slender, but she had never imagined that there could be such a heavy burden in the world. "I feel like I can't breathe." Boom. X2. 2 loud noises sounded at the same time, and 2 figures wrapped in golden beams fell from the sky. Ur wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the door to hell that was forcibly opened in horror. In order to prove that he was not lying, the Lord of Jealousy vowed to drag Heshino into hell and bring him before the 6 demon kings. For this purpose, he spent a lot of thinking and forced open the door of hell at great sacrifice. Ur could not understand this kind of behavior that was harmful to others but not self-interested. He only knew that the jealous Lord was crazy. The Lord of Jealousy is not crazy, he is just aggrieved. He was ridiculed by his colleagues, treated as a joke by the entire company, lost his most capable personnel, ridiculed by executives of rival companies, and told lies with his eyes open in front of his face, and there was nothing he could do about it. No one can bear this grievance, let alone the jealous Lord who is already narrow-minded. If he had a broad mind, he wouldn't be jealous among the 7 deadly sins. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Jealousy stood in front of the gate of hell, with his long black hair dancing in the wind, and his clothes stained with blood but looking very embarrassed. He had the upper hand in a battle with 2 archangels. Today was the peak of his demonic life. The Lord of Jealousy has a dark magic sword in one hand, and the 5 fingers of the other hand are raised. The fingertips of the palm are mixed with golden blood. Angel blood. After Ur and Heshino awakened, their life essence transformed towards angels. They are the highest level seraphs, and their blood is the most precious among all angels. The Lord of Jealousy obtained the blood of heaven and was able to tear a corner of the seal between heaven and hell, completing the opening of the gate of hell. Although he himself suffered a strong backlash, the strength of hell's body declined, and the gate of hell was not permanently open. It would close after the blood of heaven evaporated, so it was destined to be a loss-making transaction. But, enough is enough. He wants to take Heshino to hell, so that all the devils can see clearly with their eyes wide open, and arrogance can open their eyes wide with shock. Envy. Not a hell of a joke. Hexiuno flapped his wings to resist the gravity of the gate of hell, his golden eyes were solemn, and there were blood stains flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Heshino, what's the matter with you? Why is your power in the human world so weak?" Ur asked with a frown. It was only during the fight that he discovered that Hexuno was not as powerful as he expected. The latter was too weak and retained the memory of being a human, resulting in a significant decline in the efficiency of retrieving the power of heaven. In addition, Hexuno's divine power was too scattered, and almost most of it was entrusted to Wayne, which is the holy mark on the tip of the tongue. In this case, Hexuno can fight ordinary devils, but he is obviously no match for the devil-level jealousy. Purity and divine power, what is so good about that human that is worth your efforts? Seeing that Hexuno did not say anything, Wu snorted coldly, "Envy got your blood and was able to open the gate of hell. If there are lives lost, you will be fully responsible." After that, he waved his 6 wings and turned into golden light and rushed towards the gate of hell. The golden rule and the 7 deadly sins collided fiercely in the sky. The surging energy stirred the tide, accelerated the collapse of the underground tomb, and made more and more rocks, soil, and bones fly into the air. Hexuno took a deep breath. In his mind, Mona gave her great authority to fight against the devil, and the speed of memory acceptance reached an astonishing level. The more the two merged, the stronger the power, but it was still not enough to deal with the current jealousy. "What are you doing here? Where is the archangel who was merciless to the devil before?" A familiar voice came from behind, and Hexuno knew who it was without looking back. Wayne was shirtless, holding Giama's cursing head in his hand, and twisted Hexuno's shoulder with one hand, stirring a deep kiss. With their tongues touching, Wayne returned the power of the holy mark to Hexuno, and sensing his resistance, he slapped his butt hard. After a moment, Hexuno wiped the saliva and blood stains from his mouth, frowned and said, "Give me back my power, what will you do?" "That's right, I'm not a useless person who eats gigolo." Wayne lifted the head in his hand. Hexuno ignored it and said, "Don't move here, and I will deal with the jealous demon king. No matter what happens, you can't get close to the gate of hell." The safety of the Son of God is of vital importance, and Hexuno would rather fall into hell himself than want Wayne to get close to the gate of hell. "Don't worry, I'm most afraid of death." Wayne patted his chest to assure. The archangel avoided it because he didn't take the photo. Hexuno looked at Wayne deeply and warned him to keep his word. If he lied to her, he would never touch her again. The 6 wings behind the archangel stretched out, the golden rule of holy will wrapped around his body, and the majestic golden sword rose in the wind. With the solemn bell and the faint chanting, it chopped down the gate of hell with a bang. The darkness peeled off large pieces of debris, and the spiral stairs of the gate of hell collapsed. The golden sword fell heavily again, splitting the gate of hell between the bright light and shadow. The Lord of Jealousy was dragged by Ur, and seeing this scene, a burst of black light burst out in his eyes. The opportunity has come. He ignored the holy spear piercing his chest, opened his 5 fingers, half of his body collapsed, and the 7 deadly sins turned into a black chain sea, overwhelming Ur. "Ha ha ha." Jealousy laughed and turned into a dark tide, attacking with a whale-swallowing force, wrapping around the golden sword and pushing it to the gate of hell. On Wayne's side, Giama knew he couldn't escape, so he cursed for the 2nd time, detonating the 7 deadly sins in his body, and raised his ranking on the list of investors. At the same time, Cetolas's life domain collapsed, and 8 black hurricanes rose into the sky, rushing towards the gate of hell in 8 directions. Ranyi blocked through the portal, and successfully blocked 6 times in a row, but he didn't find his head. His luck was extremely bad, and he didn't win 3/4 of the chance. The last 2 hurricanes approached the gate of hell, merged into one, and rolled into the spiral staircase with the white skull. Bang! The white afterimage blocked the way and kicked Cetolas in the face. The latter fell down in a spiral, and just as he stabilized his body, he was shot down again by 2 thermal visions. The white afterimage flashed, and Ranyi came through the portal, roaring and killing Tolas's last thought. 100% probability, this time the bet was right. He found 1/3 of his head and pressed it against his neck. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he fell into a state of confusion. The surging death energy spread, wrapping himself and Yulia into a grey sea of fog. Wayne did not have the leisure to observe Ranyi's situation. He was too close to the gate of hell, and he could say that one foot had stepped into it. The terrifying suction made him unable to resist, and he could not escape even if he tried his best. At this moment, the dark tide and the golden sword collapsed at the same time, and the Lord of Jealousy and Hexunyo also came to the entrance of the gate of hell. Unlike Hexunyo, who was shocked, the Lord of Jealousy was ecstatic. Buy one get one free, it was easy to get, and today was indeed the peak of his demon life. You two dogs and bitches, go to hell with me. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 477. The dark tide surged, pushing Wayne and Hexunyo towards the gate of hell. The gravity of the gate of hell is endless, and Wayne can't get away no matter what he does. He has experienced the gate of hell once before, and he still can't do anything the second time. The strange scene seems to indicate that everything in the world can't get away from sin. Of course, it may be another way. The more heinous the person is, the more he deserves to go to hell, so the gravity is greater. Hexunyo is surrounded by flames, dancing with 6 wings and rushing towards Wayne. His eyes are cold and fierce, and all obstacles along the way are cleared away by the sword of oath. There is no gate of hell in her eyes, only Wayne. Far away from the gate of hell, Archangel Ur got out of the sinful chains and saw the scene above. He frowned slightly and didn't help. He didn't like Hexunyo, but he cared very much about whether Hexunyo was pure. If he could use the devil's hand to put the evil people who defiled heaven into hell, it would be the best. It is reasonable to say that Ur thinks Wayne deserves to go to hell. The few inhuman guys have different thoughts. Wayne is eager to save himself, Hexunyo only wants to save Wayne, and Ur stands by and watches. The Lord of Jealousy. He has been laughing and never stopped. Ha ha ha. The black tide pushed Hexunyo and Wayne into the gate of hell. As the gate of hell collapsed, the light of the world slowly shrank, and the darkness of hell gradually enlarged. At the same time, the power of the Lord of Jealousy also grew wildly. In the black tide cast by thoughts, a series of bodies emerged, with only half of the upper body, and each of them looked like the Lord of Jealousy. Hundreds of Lords of Jealousy, either raised their arms and laughed wantonly, or folded their hands and sneered deeply. In short, laughing is the end of it. Once the injustice is redressed, the satisfaction and relief, as well as the hard work of sweet after bitter, are difficult to tell to outsiders. Only the Lord of Jealousy himself knows how much suffering he has experienced to welcome this day. That joy was like the sunshine at dawn, instantly spreading all over the earth, dispelling the haze that had long shrouded my heart. It was not only a release of emotions, but also a liberation and rebirth from the depths of the soul. Say goodbye to the past and welcome the new life and the future. The sulfur smell of hell was filled with a fresh and sweet breath at this moment. Justice is in the hearts of the people. The truth will not change because of lies. Hexunyo, your ugly appearance will be seen clearly by all the devils. And I have experienced many hardships and tests, and have experienced unremitting efforts. I have ushered in my new life. These hardships that cannot defeat me will only make me stronger. Damn arrogance, angels full of lies, you all look at it, I am jealous and I did not lie, I want everyone to give me justice. In the dark tide, the voice of the Lord of Jealousy was full of faith. At first glance, this devil seemed to have realized something, and there was a taste of soul sublimation. Listen carefully, he was still wronged. What case did you overturn, and you are so happy? Wayne was speechless. Now that things had come to this, he finally understood that the Lord of Jealousy was investing in a losing business because he was wronged and wanted to prove himself. "So that's it, you are my nemesis, the Joker." Wayne complained, "Jealousy is one of the 7 demons, why is it so serious, what's wrong with learning to be as broad-minded as him?" Julia was written by Roni, and he didn't say anything. White Light flapped its wings, and Hexunio raised his hand to hug Wayne, flapping his wings to take him to the entrance of the gate of hell. Their chests were pressed together, and Hexunio glanced at Wayne coldly, saying that his words were not counted, and he would never touch her again. Wayne was hugged by the Archangel, and his cold eyes were used as flirtations. He felt great. His face turned red and he said affectionately, "Hexunio, I knew you would come to save me. I am Mona. You saw the situation just now. Tolas wanted to take the Dullahan's head back to hell. If I don't take action, the gate of hell will open again next time. It is understandable that I go back on my word in order to save the world. Unforgivable." Hexunio gritted his teeth. There are priorities. The gate of hell is indeed terrible, but the safety of the Son of God is more important. The Son of God who fell into hell is the rhythm that makes heaven collectively crazy. Forget it if you don't forgive. Wayne shrugged, opened his flesh wings behind him, attached with the white feathers of the golden rule, and accelerated synchronously with Hexunio's rhythm. Everyone saw it. He generously forgave himself. Hexunio firmly disagreed and insisted that he was going back on his word and had no credibility. Since that was the case, he would continue to go back on his word and his promise would be invalid. He would touch Hexunio the same way as before. After all, he doesn't keep his word. The two of them accelerated, mainly because Hexunio's wings were more powerful, and they were getting closer and closer to the exit of the gate of hell. The Lord of Jealousy certainly disagreed. While violently destroying the gate of hell, he launched an attack to stop Hexunio, vowing to drag the couple into hell. The sunk cost was too high. If he lost, everything would be over. He would continue to be mocked by the devil and have to watch the angels lie. He couldn't afford to lose. He had to win once today. After the Lord of Jealousy stepped into the gate of hell, he was blessed with authority and thoughts, and his strength was strengthened to a terrifying degree. In Hexunio's current state, he could never be his opponent. Logically, he should be dragged into hell with Wayne. I don't know what method she used, but her speed did not decrease at all, and she was getting closer and closer to the gate of hell. Roar, roar, roar. With angry roars, the black tide turned into boundless chains, entangled Wayne and Hexunio's bodies like crazy. AWA.jpg. The big move was instantly killed, the roar of the Lord of Jealousy stopped abruptly, and the tide suddenly fell into a dead silence, probably because he was stunned. Even so, the Lord of Jealousy was still unwilling to give up. He endured humiliation and waited until today. He would not and could not give up. At least one person must be dragged to hell. His eyes swept back and forth between Wayne and Hexunio. Seeing that the two were about to reach the exit of the gate of hell, the Lord of Jealousy did not think much and turned into a black light, blocking the collapsed gate. Behind the door, there was a bright light, representing the world and hope. The devil personally guarded the gate. Hexunio pushed Wayne away and fought with the Lord of Jealousy with a sword. His strength was far from the peak. He was beaten back by the Lord of Jealousy and was getting farther and farther away from the gate of hell. Wayne was covered with a layer of white light, and his body was out of control, getting closer and closer to the gate of hell. All things are guilty, and sacrifice can be redeemed. Hexunio chose one of the two and pushed Wayne out. Next to him was a collapsed space passage, and below him was Hexunio who sacrificed himself. After Wayne escaped from the gate of hell, the white light on his body disappeared. Without thinking too much, he plunged in again. Ha ha ha, what a pair of affectionate and righteous dogs and bitches, I like you too much, the Lord of Jealousy laughed and waved the dark magic sword. Hizayunyo was so angry that his face turned black. He raised his 5 fingers and threw the sword of oath in his hand. A big sword swelled against the wind, hit Wayne, and rushed out of the gate of hell. Wayne's arm extended, and the moment he escaped from the gate of hell, the tentacles transformed from his 5 fingers entangled Hizayunyo's ankle, and then Hizayunyo broke free. Wayne widened his eyes, not understanding what Hizayunyo was doing. They could obviously escape together, why did he have to stay in hell? Do you dislike him so much? Wayne was about to score twice and rush into the gate of hell again. The sword of oath bloomed with a wing halo, and the cross cage solidified, imprisoning him at the entrance of the gate of hell. The dark vortex shrank rapidly, and the gate of hell merged with the laughter of the devil. Wayne stood there with a dark face, and his mind exploded to break through the seal of the cross cage. The remaining momentum did not stop, capturing the spatial fluctuations of hell and trying to force his way into hell. Hiss! The halo rhythmically tore open the seal of hell, and Hexyunyo returned to the world panting. Behind him was the roaring and furious Lord of Jealousy. He was blocked by a layer of white barrier, watching Hexyunyo's disdainful contempt, and he was furious and spit out a large amount of black blood with a puff. Then, there were waves of impotent rage. Wayne was stunned, not understanding what was happening, but he knew what to do. He stepped forward and embraced Hexyunyo's slender waist, and raised his middle finger to greet the Lord of Jealousy cordially. To your whole family. The aperture narrowed, and the voice of impotent fury faded. It was unknown whether the Lord of Jealousy saw this greeting. Hexyunyo pushed Wayne away with an expressionless face. You are a man who does not keep your word. Don't touch me in the future. Let's not talk about this for now. Why did you come back? I thought you would never come back. Hexyunyo was unwilling to answer this question. If she didn't say it, there would be others who could answer it. Thor waved his wings angrily and descended, holding the holy spear, with golden light, and scolded, Hexyunyo, what are you doing? Heaven's seal on hell is crucial. How can you tell the devil that we seraphim can pass through the seal freely? When Ur said this, Wayne immediately understood that the seal of hell was imposed by heaven, and the 4 archangels had a backdoor program that could bypass the security system and access directly. Looking at Ur's angry look, the demons were not aware of this matter. Only the 4 archangels knew this secret, and it was kept at the most critical moment. Hexyunyo broke the rules again. Facing Ur's rebuke, Hexyunyo chose to remain silent. Time will prove everything. When Wayne's identity as the Son of God is made public, she is not only innocent but also meritorious. Seeing that Hexyunyo did not speak and had no intention of blaming herself, Ur became even more angry and pointed at Wayne and said, you could have escaped, but for this human, you. Do you know what you are doing? This human deserves to go to hell. What's wrong with letting him go to hell? Why do you want to protect him so desperately? Ur was so angry that he trembled when he spoke, you are guilty of a heinous crime. I wish I could send you back to heaven for trial right now. Hexyunyo rolled his eyes at Ur and still said nothing. Maybe, this is love. Wayne interrupted, Archangel Ur, if you don't understand love, don't point fingers. What do you mean I deserve to go to hell? I saw it just now. If you hadn't stood by and watched, the secret of the seal of hell would not have been known to the devil. You are responsible for this matter. Shut up. Heaven does things, and you, a human, can't say anything. Ur glared at Wayne, holding the holy spear tightly, with a hint of murderous intent. It can be seen that he was really angry. Driving away the Lord of Jealousy and destroying the gate of hell could not calm his anger. Hizayunyo raised his hand to summon the sword of oath, and stood in front of Wayne, his eyes cold. Just when Ur was about to apologize, the words came to his lips, and he said inexplicably, Ur, he is very good, with all the good qualities of humans and the 7 supreme virtues of heaven. He will not go to hell. Your evaluation is unfair and too subjective. Also, his name is Wayne, he has a name, don't always call him that human. Wayne tilted his head, wondering in his heart that it was unbelievable that Hexuno actually praised him without conscience. Could it be that his brain was damaged by the portal when he was running away? Got it, it's a protector, this is love. Wayne subconsciously puffed up his chest, took a step forward, and hugged Hexuno's slender waist, thinking that he looked very married. Hexuno struggled a little, but the strength was very small, and it seemed a bit like an adulterer and an adulterer were flirting. Wooer couldn't see, his whole face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Hexuno, are you blind? This man is despicable and shameless, full of bad habits. I didn't say that the devil is already praising him. He is shameless and has no sense of morality or shame at all. If you like listening, keep talking. X2. The more my enemies oppose me, the more it means I am doing the right thing. The enemy's curses are the best compliments, and the enemy's curses should be listened to in reverse." Wayne heard it pleasantly, and coupled with Wooer's furious expression, he praised him in his heart. "I am in high spirits and feel that Hexuno's Geo can feed 3 bowls of rice." Thinking of this, Wayne looked at Hexuno and found that she looked calm, unmoved by Ur's curses, and even, she liked to hear them. "What the hell, isn't it love?" Wayne rolled his eyes, thinking that Hexuno was just putting things on hold. Hexuno thought that he was the sun, and Ur was his rival. The more fierce Ur scolded, the farther away he was from the sun. Wayne raised his hand to cover his chest. Hexuno was not like this before. He acted above board, had honor, and understood shame, but not anymore. She has fallen. Wooer cursed for a long time, then saw Wayne sighing and sighing. Hexuno looked indifferent, and a sudden chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the sky. "Why don't you refute? How can anyone just be scolded and not talk back? You talk." Hexuno was trying his best to protect Wayne just now, but now he was silent. Ur didn't know why, he only knew that there must be something wrong here. He was fearful in his heart, and with a calm expression on his face, he snorted coldly, "The gate to hell has been closed. I will return to the papal state after my mission is over. Hexuno, remember what you said, the leadership of the reincarnated angels belongs to me. You are not allowed to go to the papal states." After saying that, he turned around and left. He walked faster and faster, for fear of being plotted against. Looking at the back of the other party leaving in embarrassment, Hexuno raised the corners of his mouth slightly, secretly thinking that he was sure. She and Wayne exchanged opinions and knew very well how narrow-minded the asshole was. In terms of mentality, he was even more frightened than the jealous master who repeatedly failed in investment. Ur has cursed so much today, and Ur will definitely have a place in the toilet cleaning position in heaven in the future. What, there are no toilets in heaven? No matter how big a deal it is, the Holy Son speaks, and he must have something if he doesn't have it. Snap! With a crisp sound, Hexuno turned around and glared at Wayne. "We have agreed that you are not allowed to touch me in the future. You know I don't keep my words." Wayne looked at Hexuno calmly and said quietly, "Did you just say in your heart, that this is safe?" Hexuno held his breath, worried that his intentions would be too obvious and Wayne would see through them. Thinking of her recent series of abnormal behaviors, she couldn't help but feel numb. If Wayne saw through her thoughts and reasoned backwards, he would soon be able to figure out the reason for her abnormality. No, the Holy Son knows that he is the Holy Son and will become lawless. You can't say this, and you can't even think about it. Wayne patted her Hanat on the shoulder and pointed to the messy underground tomb. "It's almost empty. Paris is very likely to collapse. Now is definitely not the time to stabilize. Help us and build some pillars support the countertop. It turns out that stable refers to this. Hexeuno's hanging heart relaxed when he saw Wayne using earth magic to attract pieces of quick-drying earth walls, and he followed behind to help. Each of the 4 archangels has corresponding 4 elements. Ur, who represents earth, is gone. Although Heshino represents water, his attainments in civil engineering are far inferior to Ur's, but he is powerful and has enough magic power to cooperate with Wei, and fills up the empty underground space. The men and women work together, so the work is not tiring, and in just a short time, all the vacancies are filled. Heshino, look to see if everything is full. If there is still something empty, just tell me, you know me, I never complain and I can keep doing it. Wayne smiled and clapped his hands. Hexeuno ignored it, knowing that Wayne was taking the opportunity to engage in pornography, so he ignored him. She was still struggling with the decision just now, and suspected that Wayne had deduced the truth and deliberately refused to expose it. Hexeuno knew what kind of idea he had in mind. What kind of good intentions could a bastard have? He was just taking the opportunity to tease her by pretending to be stupid. Heshino, I once again participated in the battle against the devil, took back the Death Knight's head, and saved Paris. I told you before that I was the Holy Son, but you didn't believe it. What do you think now? Wayne winked. I don't, should be impossible. If you say no, then it's not. I listen to you. Damn, he must have guessed it. Looking at this winking face, Hexeuno wanted to punch it open. What about that? You promised me before that every time you exorcise a demon, you would reward me with a look of disgust. I'll calculate the number of demons this time. Hey, where are you going? When the camera turned, Hexeuno found Heo with a gloomy look on his face, and the latter was accompanied by 3 saints. Kota was full of support, Sakra was lying on the ground, and Gilun was doubtful about life. Gilun seemed to have encountered some incredible supernatural event. He stood aside and muttered to himself. Kote ignored her. In front of a few people was a deathly grey realm. The only place in the entire underground world that was not filled with earth walls was also the last large underground tomb. Wayne frowned and looked into the depths, gave an instruction to Hexeuno, and stepped inside. Seeing this, Shikla stood up quickly and followed Wayne in. Koth was worried that someone might die inside, so she followed him in, but was stopped by Heshino, who raised his hand. The latter was so majestic that Koth dared not speak out, so she had to go to the plastic sisters to complain. The effect was average. Gilun was still talking to himself. Death is an indispensable part of life. Compared with a magnificent or mediocre life, death is far away from all the hustle and bustle and appears with a calm face. Death will come whether you want it or not. This kind of calmness is not indifference or ruthlessness, but a respect and understanding of life. In the teachings of the Church of Death, death is not the end of life, but a new beginning. People will return to nature, integrate with the universe, and become a part of eternity. Death is peaceful and eternal. She is not the enemy of life. Everyone does not need to be afraid when facing death. Instead, he must learn the calmness of death and have the highest respect for life. This dead realm is like this, calm and eternal. Shikla followed Wayne into it. His mind was empty, his worries were gone, and he wanted to get rid of it. After dozens of steps, Wayne saw Ranyi and Yulia. Ranyi knelt on one knee, holding the shadow nightmare in both hands. He was wearing black armor, his white skull was surrounded by flame-like black mist, and 2 white lights danced in his eye sockets. Not seeing the true appearance of the headless horseman, Wayne speculated that it was related to incompleteness. The last 2 keys were still in his hand, and Ranyi was incomplete and unable to turn into a human form. Yulia was in a daze on the sidelines. When she saw Wayne appear, she switched to the cheerful little mare mode in a second, approached Wayne and started posting. With a new owner, the old owner has also found himself again. Being pampered by two owners makes me excited just thinking about it. In addition to excitement, there are also some worries. How should she divide her daily life? The two masters won't fight over who rides her, right? Stop fighting. JPG. Thinking of this happy little trouble, Yulia sighed and blamed her. If she hadn't been so good, the two masters wouldn't have fought out of jealousy. If a fight really breaks out, she will stop it and allocate time reasonably so that everyone can be happy and stay happy together forever. Just as he was thinking about it, Wayne was already on the horse, pulling the reins and circling Ranyi. The clatter of the horse's hooves and the brisk pace indicated that Yulia was now happy and content. People's emotions are not connected to each other. Ranyi only felt noisy. He stood up with Shadow Nightmare in hand. When he saw Yulia shaking his head and Wayne on horseback, he immediately snorted coldly. "Master, you're awake." Yulia stepped forward, lowered her head and nuzzled Ranyi. "Yulia." Ranyi raised his hand to touch the horse's face, but before he could touch it, Wayne jerked the reins and pulled Yulia away. "Wayne." "Ranyi, Dan." The atmosphere became tense instantly. Yulia was intoxicated in the jealous atmosphere, and was so happy that his four legs had nowhere to rest. When Sakra heard about the legendary Yulia, he looked around and saw nothing except the undead warhorse that only felt sorry for its master. It turned out to be Yulia. "What, it's so boring." Sakra curled his lips, the love triangle in his mind came to an end, and he turned to look forward to Kota's explanation. Although this statement makes the two generations of Death Knights look like the Church of the Sun and is unfaithful to their faith, the fact is that Yulia is just a tool horse that the two generations of Death Knights got to know. Ranyi and Wayne only have each other. They were fighting, wouldn't they suddenly kiss each other? Sakra was so excited that he clenched his fists and silently took 2 steps back. "Let him kiss you. Let him kiss you. Headless Horseman, you look very bad. How is your recovery going?" "I'm not the Headless Horseman." "Really, you are not the Headless Horseman, so what is in my hand?" Wayne waved his hand and took out the white skull from the portable space. He handed the last 2 keys to Ranyi to make him completely free. Now, Wayne has control over Ranyi. The latter can resist, but cannot completely resist. The corners of Wayne's lips curled up, and the positive smile was very tactful. "Look, you are the Headless Horseman. Mr. Wayne, we are here to save Mr. Headless and return his head to him. You still have the important mission of saving the kingdom of God. Now is not the time for internal fighting." Sakra hurriedly persuaded her, but the situation was somewhat different from what she imagined. She had seen 2 generations of knights working together in a tacit understanding and playing tricks on all the devils. She had thought that the 2 of them cherished each other and were close friends who had known each other for a long time. Now it seems that is not the case. "I'm not Mr. Headless." Ranyi looked at Sakra angrily. "Who are you?" "I am Saint Sakra of the Church of Death. Do you still remember that I met you in the underground catacombs?" "I don't remember." "Who is that over there?" "It's none of your business here. Just go and cool off," Wayne said condescendingly while riding on horseback. Sakra rolled her eyes and stood aside. The 2 generations of knights were not easy to talk to. They had offended her for no reason, which made her very angry. She was even more angry. "Master, please stop arguing." "I am not happy," Yulia said aggrievedly. "Well, I won't argue anymore. I listen to you." Sakra rolled her eyes as hard as she could. She was ridiculed for her kind words. Her presence was not as good as a skeleton horse with arms around her. It was right that the 2 generations of knights were skeletons. It was right that they liked skinny people. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "Let's go." Sakra found a corner to squat, piled up a ball of dead air as a pillow, and lay down like that. I thought it was over, but I never expected that she would be super angry. Saint, right? Wayne and I have something to discuss. It's not for you to listen to. Please go out for a while, Roni said slowly. This is too much. Sukla sat up with a sit-up. There should be a limit to bullying people. What else do you want when she is lying flat? Sukla glared at Roni. She had shed blood for death, she had made contributions to faith, and as the saint of the Church of Death, she had found a new night and helped save the previous night. What could she not listen to? I won't leave today. Wayne said, Sukla, if you know some things, you will bear responsibilities and pressures that you can't imagine. Are you sure? Get out now, get out now. Sukla ran away quickly, leaving the place as if escaping. In the future, she doesn't want to do anything except lying flat in her life. Don't put more pressure on her. After Sukla left, Wayne weighed the skull in his hand and threw it at Roni. The latter took the head and slowly placed it on his neck. The two white bone skulls merged, and the Death Knight Roni returned to the peak and returned completely. There was no surging energy, nor the aura of looking down on the world, only the white light in the eye sockets was more intense, and the death around was more peaceful. Wayne, you have the mind of the goddess in your body. Yes. The goddess chose you, she trusts you very much, so I have nothing to worry about. Ranyi nodded with relief. The journey to the kingdom of God was dangerous, and he was not sure, but if he had Wayne, he could go with confidence. On Ranyi's chest, the black armor dissipated, revealing the pectoralis major muscles as thin as ribs. He took out a ball of grey mist from his chest and abdomen with both hands, held it in front of his chest, and said devoutly, "This is the mind of the goddess in my body. I entrust her to you, take good care of her, protect her with your life, and never let her get hurt." Wayne. It was you who led the Imperial Army, Ba, the Yellow Army here. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 478. Seeing his fellow villager take the initiative to send the beautiful girl to his door, Wayne was a little speechless. It is important for people to know themselves. He knew very well what would happen if the thoughts of the goddess of death fell into his hands. He was a little embarrassed and wanted to persuade Ranyi not to push his goddess into the fire pit. Seeing Wayne lowered his head and said nothing, Ranyi smiled more gratified and praised, "Although your tactics are dirty and your means are not right, I know what kind of person you are inside. For the goddess, you are willing to fall into the abyss of hell, willing to bear the infamy, willing to endure humiliation, willing to be more devilish than the devil. The goddess did not make a mistake in you. You are a very good knight. I am very honored to have a junior like you." Wayne looked confused. There was no third Death Knight here except Ranyi and him. So, Ranyi was talking to him. Yes, he is such a person. He should have asked Hexunyo to come and listen to what objective comments are. Although Roni is blind, he is an old man who can judge people the most accurately and hit the nail on the head. If it weren't for my lack of strength, if it weren't for the loss of the kingdom of God, if it weren't for the fact that the goddess didn't have time to wait for me to continue to grow, I wouldn't have become so unbearable. Now, I have almost forgotten the spirit of chivalry. Wayne sighed and said with a wry smile, "Roni, what I did has brought shame to you, the senior." "No, I'm very proud." Roni is indeed a little blind. He objectively and fairly evaluated Wayne's tactics, and exchanged the smallest price for the greatest victory. Compared with Wayne, he is just a brainless, reckless man. If there are 3 Sky Knights, who doesn't want to be a hero? Wayne envied him. If it weren't for his limited strength, he would have wanted to be a reckless man with great strength. If you don't believe it, look at Batman. He hasn't used his brain since he sat on that chair. The same reasoning applies to the Superman with a super brain, who is so stupid. Ranyi is still praising him, and Wayne is a little embarrassed. He jumped off the horse, stopped his current behavior, tore off the Minotaur mask on his face, regained his original intention, and became the upright and pure love god of war again. Ranyi, stop talking. I think it's more appropriate to leave the goddess with you. I already have a part, just in case. Eggs can't be put in one basket, Wayne said seriously. It's really not appropriate to give it to him. He knows himself too well. If Ranyi dares to give it, he dares to reach out his tentacles. The history teacher with long black straight hair, black silk stockings, and red-bottomed black high heels will strangle Ranyi to death with her own hands after waking up. Wayne, don't say it. I know what you are thinking. Ah. You are going to go to the underworld with me to save the goddess together, right? Sorry, I never thought about it. Look, I guessed it completely. Ranyi laughed and said, as a fellow Death Knight, I know what you are thinking. Your thoughts are the same as mine, and you can't hide them from me at all. Okay, just be happy. Wayne sighed, that's right, I can't hide it from you at all. But I refuse. Ranyi said, the three observers, judges, and executors from the gods have all betrayed the goddess. Although you are strong, you are not able to compete with them. You stay in the world to take care of the goddess, and it is safer for me to go to the kingdom of God. Wait a minute, the kingdom of God still has some of the goddess's thoughts, right? Yes. Ranyi confessed everything to his own people. The kingdom of God has the most powerful part of the goddess's thoughts, and the rest are scattered outside. I don't know the exact number, and only 3 have been confirmed so far. Speaking of this, Ranyi danced with the shadow nightmare and sent Yulia out of the gray area filled with death. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Does Yulia also have the goddess's thoughts in her body? Yes. She is the creation of the goddess, and so am I. Ranyi explained that unlike other chosen knights, the Death Knight Ranyi was forged by the goddess of death. The goddess is not only his belief, but also his master, and can also be regarded as his mother. This is also the reason why Ranyi is so powerful. He does not need to practice, and does not need to conform to the shadow nightmare to complete the demigod evolution. He is born with unparalleled powerful power. This power makes him enough to compete with the gods. Hiss hiss hiss. Wayne took a breath of cold air. It turned out that his Death Knight state was skin, and Ranyi was his true face, born with this dead look. The 3 subordinate gods are extremely powerful. I think it will not be easy to take back the goddess. In order to prevent the goddess in my body from being snatched away by them, I must entrust her to you. You stay in the human world and must not step into the underworld. Ranyi said solemnly, in addition, you must not enter the side of the goddess of nature. It is not clear who has instigated the 3 subordinate gods to rebel, but I guess the goddess of nature is the most suspicious, and only she has this ability. It is indeed her. She wants to change her title from nature to life and become the second father. Wayne nodded. Have you also conducted an investigation? Well, I am a Death Knight after all. I have some guesses about the situation in the kingdom of God. With the information provided by the saint, I can barely guess some truth, Wayne replied. In that case, I will not say more. Ranyi stepped forward a few steps and solemnly handed a ball of gray mist to Wayne. Wayne, can I trust you? To be honest, I don't think so. No, you must take it. Ranyi shook his head slightly. If you don't accept it, with your loyalty to the goddess, you will definitely try every means to step into the underworld. It will be different if you accept her. Just like me, you will not take the goddess to take risks. Take it, Wayne, this is my request. Ranyi offered part of the thoughts of the goddess of death with both hands. Wayne refused. He still disagreed. After 3 refusals, Wayne had no choice but to accept Ranyi's goddess, master, and mother. The pure love god of war looked in the mirror and saw a brilliant golden hair and towering bull horns. Wayne accepted the thoughts and sent them into his right eye. The 2 thoughts of the goddess of death merged, and then were covered by layers of pale tentacles. Wrapped, penetrated, deformed. The goddess of death can never go back. Wayne squinted his eyes and looked at the perpetrator, pursed his lips. Well, what about the goddess's thoughts in Yulia's body? Should I keep them together? It's best if you keep them close to me, so that the goddess will be safe. Ranyi completed a task and praised Wayne without hesitation, and then said regretfully, Yulia is different. When the goddess forged her, she integrated her thoughts into her body. It can be said that she is an incarnation of the goddess. No wonder she is not very smart, but she is so good at doing questions. Wayne suddenly realized, and I don't know what he thought of. He said dryly, if she is the incarnation of the goddess, it is equivalent to us riding the goddess. Wouldn't it be a bit, you know what I mean? No, we have the goddess's thoughts in our bodies, and we haven't done anything disrespectful, Ranyi said slowly. What do you mean, the goddess rides herself? Is this the reason why you feel at ease riding your goddess, master, and mother? Wayne expressed doubts. Ranyi, the rebellious son, has a particularly awkward relationship with Yulia, and it is clear that he has bad intentions. Moral corruption, shameless. Sensing Wayne's contemptuous eyes, Ranyi hurriedly explained. In order to prove his pious faith, he gritted his teeth and said, I have lost the goddess's mind, and I am no longer qualified to ride Yulia. She is also handed over to you. Ranyi had no face, but Wayne saw a hideous and struggling face. He said this reluctantly, which was somewhat like confessing. Away from the card table, the chosen knights of God are all moral role models. Wayne didn't want Ranyi to fall deeper and deeper on the road of rebellion against his mother, so he decided to help him stop and said seriously, don't worry, I will watch over you in the future. You can't touch Yulia again. Speak. I think it's right. Ranyi was inexplicably sad that he couldn't touch Yulia anymore. His relationship with Yulia was not as dirty as Wayne thought. It was purely a comradeship of living together day and night. Because Yulia was an incarnation of the goddess of death, this relationship was mixed with a trace of longing and admiration. Although it is complicated, it is absolutely pure. Ranyi lost part of the mind of the goddess of death and dared not continue to summon Yulia as a mount. He was very reluctant, but he couldn't do it. Riding it again would be an offense. Seeing that Ranyi looked very bad and the black smoke on his forehead had faded a lot, Wayne despised him and decided to summon Yulia to ride a few laps. In front of Ranyi, his dirty thoughts were completely cut off. Ranyi, the goddess mind is divided into many parts. You only know 3, which are in you, me, and Yulia. With the part of the kingdom of God, it is considered 4. Wayne frowned, there should be more than 4 parts. There are other minds scattered outside. Do you have any clues? I don't know yet. This requires you to investigate. You can look for it in the human world and maybe you can get other gains, Ranyi said. What about the characteristics? Are there any targeted tips? The God's chosen continent is so big, where can I find it? Wayne shrugged. As for the characteristics, Ranyi pondered for a moment, I'm not sure. Our belief is death, and immortality may be one of the characteristics. Wayne. Somehow, a black cat that was peeping popped up in his mind. The goddess of death, with legs apart, exerting force on the lawn, what a hot picture. Wayne didn't want to watch it, and he recited the phrase long black hair, black silk, red-bottomed black high-heeled shoes 3 times in a row, and his complexion improved a lot. To be honest, he is a passerby, and it's really not his fault that he has no faith. It's the gods themselves who are unreliable. Wayne, why do you look so bad? It's okay, much better than you. Wayne complained, and then said, to be honest, I probably have a clue on hand. I'll go back and try it. Maybe I'll get another part of the goddess's thinking. Really, is it so smooth? Ranyi was overjoyed. It's not smooth. The goddess has lived in my house for so long, but I haven't taken her seriously. I'm a little ashamed when I think about it. Thinking of the peeping Monica, Wayne was speechless. Having said that, I still have some expectations. If I go back and hug Monica and shout change, maybe I can really turn into a history teacher with long black hair, black stockings, and red-bottomed black high heels. Your home. Yes, my home. I really didn't misjudge you. The goddess has always been by your side. She trusts you very much. Roni felt more stable. Wayne scratched his head and suddenly thought of something. He whispered, the situation is not right. If the black cat that appeared in my home is a goddess, her origin is worth pondering. Wayne talked about Monica's strangeness, including her resurrection from the dead, but no one around her was hurt, and the lucky ancient silver coin that represents death. My father has a lucky ancient silver coin in his hand given by the doom spider Griu. He is an observer, one of the 3 agents. After my father got the ancient silver coin, the black cat came uninvited. The connection is definitely not coincidence. Wayne looked solemn. Ronyi fell into silence and considered several possibilities. The first type is that the goddess's mind falls into a deep sleep and she doesn't know who she is. She really thinks that she is an ordinary black cat. She subconsciously gets close to things related to death. She follows the scent of Gryu to find Landau Manor and removes herself from the world. Stray cats become domestic cats. In the second type, the black cat transformed by the goddess has woken up, sensed Gryu's aura, and deliberately approached, hoping to see what the other party's conspiracy was. The third type is that Gryu is one of his own, and sending the ancient silver coins is just an excuse. The real purpose is to safely send the goddess's mind to the world. Ronyi recounted his speculation. Wayne, what do you think? There's no rush. It's too important to make any rash judgments. Let's first talk about the 3 followers. Who are they and what their personalities are like? Do you understand them? Wayne asked rhetorically. Gryu, the Spider of Doom, has a lazy personality. I don't know much about him. He seems to be a person with little desire. I am very familiar with the soul-eating crow Sane. She is the most loyal to the goddess, and she was the first one to rebel. Ronyi didn't bother to speak, and then said in a low voice, my birth has a certain relationship with her. She came first, and then I came. When the goddess created me, she referred to part of her thinking. What do you mean, your mother has a daughter? Wayne raised his eyebrows. He could only tolerate 1 bottle of oil. Wouldn't 2 bottles of oil be too much? How much rice would it take? What, just have potatoes? That's it? Sinya, like me, is a forged product of the goddess. The goddess has put a lot of effort into Sinya, and she is the most favored slave god. Ronyi's tone was sour, and Wayne listened to it, thinking about his brother's dissatisfaction with his sister, and the daily life of the dead family was not harmonious. Zizern, the last wing of winter, has followed the goddess a long time ago and has made great achievements in battle. He was a giant dragon when he was alive. Because his heart was dug out and he was unwilling to die, he died before he died. Offer your loyalty to the goddess, and you are the most powerful among the 3 gods. Wait a minute, I'm curious. Wayne was silent for a moment, thinking about how to formulate his words, and then said dryly, this Zizern, the person who took away his heart, is he the Knights of the Sun Goddess? You know what? Ronyi was shocked and felt that Wayne knew everything. By chance, by chance. Wayne had complicated thoughts. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that the Landau Manor and the goddess of death were indeed closely related. They were constantly being separated and confused, and every member of the family had intersections. The Dark Goddess should quit the group. It is enough for the Dark Knight family to have the goddess of death. Wayne scratched his head repeatedly and had to admit that he and the goddess of death were indeed very close. He said, to tell you the truth, I once met Gryu. He extended an invitation to me and asked me if I was willing to commit myself to death. When did it happen? Ranyi was shocked. Before I met Yulia, I was not a Death Knight at that time, but according to Sakra, I had already obtained the qualification to inherit the knight. Wayne frowned and said, I died once before meeting Gryu. I don't know who did it. If it was Gryu, he would probably kill me again the second time we met. He didn't do that. He didn't notice. I was born a believer in death, and he never appeared in front of me again. Maybe he is really an undercover agent. Ranyi fell into thinking, the possibility was very high. According to the process of inferring this result, Gryu sent the goddess's mind to the human world for protection, confirmed that Wayne was a Death Knight, and helped him conceal the news. Without Gryu's help in concealing it, Wayne would not have grown up smoothly, and would not have been able to come to the underground catacombs to help him regain his freedom. Wayne, are you sure he is one of your own? I'm not sure. I've only met him once. The speculation is just speculation without conclusive evidence. Wayne shook his head. Ranyi was going to the kingdom of the underworld to rescue the goddess of death who was sitting up on her back. There were 3 major gods surrounding her. If she was not careful, she would die without burial. He did not dare to make random assertions. After all, he came from time travel and was too different from his original self. He was not the same person at all. Gryu's invitation could not be regarded as conclusive evidence. Ranyi nodded and said, if there is a chance, I will try to test Gryu. If there is another hidden reason for his betrayal, it will be much easier to save God. Do I have to go to the kingdom of God alone? Wayne asked. Wayne, I know you want to go with me, but you still shoulder the task of guarding the goddess, so I can't agree to your request, Ranyi said with a smile. That's not what I meant. Moreover, the goddess of death is guarded by me, which perfectly interprets the sentence of entrusting someone to someone else. When you come back, the shape of the goddess will have changed. Wayne complained in his heart, regarding Ranyi as the goddess's saint, he was the king of Hades, and suddenly found that the sense of substitution was amazing, and the plot suddenly became more colorful. There is no need to regret. It is honorable to charge into the battle, but it is not the same to stick to the rear. Ranyi patted Wayne on the shoulder and officially placed the Shadow Nightmare in his hands. My successor, no, you are the first real Death Knight. Remember, although the world is big, there is a goddess behind you. We must not take a step back in this battle. Wayne's spirit perked up, and he immediately felt a sense of sacred mission. It would be better if the goddess of death wasn't covered in tentacles. Ranyi, if you hand over the Shadow Nightmare to me, what will you do? The traces of the Shadow Nightmare are too heavy. I can't take it to the kingdom of God. That would only expose my position. Ranyi smiled and said, my strength is the same as Sene's. My power does not come from the Shadow Nightmare. Wayne, you are the real Death Knight. The goddess is proud of you. These words made Wayne blush. When facing people with extremely high moral qualities, such as Ranyi, Mura, Leo, and other divinely chosen knights, or Bayu Egwang like Anastasia, he would feel ashamed and look dirty. Somewhat at a loss. Of course, this does not affect him from continuing to pollute the goddess of death. If it falls into his hands, the goddess of death will definitely have good juice to eat in the future. By the way, the goddess created Yulia early. Did she have a premonition of this day? Wayne was quite curious about this, and his intuition told him that the goddess of death must have her own plan. In the War of Faith, batches of gods died one after another, and none of them who survived until now were simple things. Just look at the sky goddess in his hand and you can tell that Xiao Beiwa will not survive until now. Darkness is insidious and cunning, and nature is full of tricks. The weakest sun and moonlight hug each other for warmth, and they die for no reason, stupidly doing sit ups. There must be something hidden here. There is no doubt about the power of the goddess. She must have had a premonition of something, so she sent her thoughts out of the kingdom of God in advance, Ranyi said firmly. If you ask again, he won't know. Wayne stopped asking and changed the subject. Ranyi, when are you going to leave? Leave now. I entrust the goddess to you. There is no point in continuing to stay in the world. Ranyi sighed. Originally, he still had the task of guarding the underground tomb. Due to the rebellion of the kingdom of God, the goddess's plan was completely disrupted, and the large tomb that he put a lot of effort into was reduced to rubbish. All I can say is that plans don't change quickly. Why don't you talk to Yulia some more? She misses you so much. Every time I am with her, she will mention you. No, she is happy now, that's enough. Ranyi turned to look at the outside of the death mist area, as if he was lost in memories. Although there was no face, the bare skull head showed a bit more smile. Man. Pure man. Wayne looked at Ranyi, then at the child's mother in the clutches, and silently approved of the child. Wayne, wait for my good news, I will definitely rescue the goddess. Ranyi took long strides and walked away. In the grey fog, his figure gradually blurred. He stepped on the passage to the underworld and disappeared. In order to prevent Wayne from following up secretly, he cut off the spatial fluctuations and eliminated all risks. Putting aside the risks of the kingdom of God for the time being, the goddess was protected by Wayne, so he felt that he would be safe here. This is sure. Ranyi walked very fast, so fast that Wayne couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He looked at the death aura around him that had not dissipated, thinking thoughtfully. The large underground tomb is the coordinate. This only remaining place of death is the coordinate of the kingdom of Hades in the human world. One day, he can also enter the kingdom of Hades through this place. Perhaps Ranyi's moral quality is too high, and his shining humanity is too bright, which makes Wayne a little passionate, planning to rush into the kingdom of Hades one day in the future and take Ranyi's goddess, master, and mother as his own. Phew, a slip of the tongue. It is to rush into the kingdom of the underworld and save the goddess of death together with Ranyi. Wayne shook the shadow nightmare. Yulia stepped out of the portal and looked around. Ranyi was not found, so she tilted her head in confusion. He's gone. Leaving. Yulia felt gloomy for a moment and left as soon as she said he wanted to leave without saying hello. Bah, scumbag writer. Do what men do. Wayne smiled and patted Yulia, don't be sad. He didn't want to see your disappointed expression, so he left without saying goodbye. He asked me to tell you something. He will definitely come back and apologize to you in person. Oh. Yulia hesitated to speak, feeling empty and still a little lost. Wayne stepped onto the horse in one step and waved the shadow nightmare to complete the knight's transformation. Yulia, go to the ground and see which minions of the devil have not been eliminated. They need to listen to the death knell. Yulia breathed out purple magic flames, her back was full, and she suddenly felt energetic. As soon as she charged forward, she no longer remembered who Ranyi was. Now she just has Wayne. The portal opens, and the Death Knight, the number one devil in the Frankish magic world and the nightmare in the hearts of countless magicians, has officially arrived. Jajajaja. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 479. May 15th, Night. The Death Knight set out to patrol the territory. When the gates of hell opened during the day, the minions of the Devil Alliance in Paris, that is, the Black Reason Church, came out in full force and launched a general attack on Paris's Ministry of Magic headquarters. Frank's magic world has long been controlled by four churches, the Life Alliance composed of the three churches of Nature, Sun, and Moonlight, and the Heavenly Father Church, the number one force in the God-chosen continent. Among them, the sun and moonlight churches were first eroded by the devil, and then destroyed by their own saints, leaving only one high priest, Givenchy. The Heavenly Father Church was also eroded by the devil. Under the strong suppression of Or, the clergy repented and returned to the embrace of the great and glorious Heavenly Father. Most of the three families were lost, and only the natural church was left. At first glance, it was the rhythm of the end. In fact, it was not the case. Although there were many devil minions of the Black Science Church, hundreds and thousands of them were endless, there were only a few who could fight. Except for disposable container props, the rest were just shoddy. In the worst situation, the Ministry of Magic headquarters was unable to organize a counterattack, and the defense was more than enough. An offensive and defensive battle, from day to night. When night fell, hearty laughter spread over the Ministry of Magic headquarters, and the Death Knight jumped out of the portal with a sword in his hand, and the heads rolled down. The surging death tentacles swept across the area, corroding the flesh, annihilating the mind, and leaving loyal skeleton soldiers all over the ground. The Black Science Church's side was getting fewer and fewer, and the Death Knight's troops were getting more and more. The scales of victory showed a one-sided trend, without any hesitation. The opponent of the previous Death Knight was a tough guy like the three giants of the God and Devil Alliance. The current Death Knight Wayne is not bad either. He kissed the dark goddess Idnis in the confession room and repaired the passage with Archangel Heshino in the bedroom. The King of Sewers, an old plumber. After playing the King's game, he returned to the human-machine mode. Wherever he went, a large number of people died, and he suppressed the whole scene without any effort. He was so excited that he smashed the 6 defense bands of the Ministry of Magic headquarters in a row. Only the last one was needed to capture the Frank Ministry of Magic. The God-chosen knight is like this. Against the reincarnated angels, the knight's #1 mission in the world is to shock the Heavenly Father Church, so as to prevent his own church from being slaughtered by the Heavenly Father Church. The power of the 5 God-chosens is beyond doubt, especially the last session, Mura, Leo, Delane, Wise, and Roni, which can be called the shining moment of the stars. If you want strength, you have strength. If you want morality, you have 4/5 morality. Any one of them can blow up the Frank magic world. They are not strong or not. They are so powerful that they can fly bricks. They are completely unreasonable. Seeing that the Death Knight broke through 6 defenses in a row, as easily as eating and drinking water, the magicians at the Ministry of Magic headquarters were going crazy and almost formed an alliance with the Black Reason Church on the spot. Seeing that the two sides began to contact, the yellow paper and roast chicken were taken out. Hey, the Death Knight was gone. The two sides stared at each other, and the Black Reason Church was gone in an instant. Wayne did not go far. He rode a cheerful mare and circled around Paris, leading the skeleton corps to fulfill his long-cherished wish of a grand parade. If he could not have a military parade in London, and he could not have a military parade in Paris, then he had come in vain. Of course, as the saying goes, the world is the world. A military parade is allowed, but it cannot be held in front of ordinary people. The water of faith is too deep, and ordinary people cannot grasp it. Continuing ignorance is the greatest blessing for them. Wayne's ghost soldiers took the sewers as a route, and their target was the followers of the Black Reason Church scattered all over Paris. They wanted to eliminate all evil and kill them all. He never stopped his actions for the minions of the devil. In this way, he rode Yulia all night and called off the troops at dawn. Yulia was happy, and Wayne was happy too. I didn't understand the value of Yulia before, and I only thought she was the mount of the Dullahan, the only mount of the 5 great gods. Now I understand that she is the incarnation of death. If I don't ride a few more laps, I will be sorry for the goddess of death who is staying in my eyes. Goddess, please pay the rent for this month. What, bankrupt, penniless? Haha, she is still pregnant. According to Ranyi's self-deceiving statement, this is called a goddess riding a goddess. He and Wayne are just containers of the goddess's thoughts, which is not an offense to faith. Wayne didn't understand it very well, and didn't think about it carefully. Anyway, he was happy riding and that was it. At dawn, the time came to the 16th. The headquarters of the Church of Nature, the office of the high priest, the room was full of beauties sitting or lying, slumped on chairs and desks without any image. Sang Ian's desk was really big, and Isabella, Guilun, and Chikla could lie side by side. On the office chair was Haya with her head down and her chest buried. Except for Code, who was full of energy, the others had experienced a big battle and were all exhausted. Sanglan and Givenchy were not there. As the high priests of the district, they were still working overtime at the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic. Paris had experienced yesterday's big melee and the forces were reshuffled. He would be busy for a long time in the future. Code paced back and forth in front of the door of the inner room, occasionally leaning over and eavesdropping on the door, thinking about whether to go in and add fuel to the fire. According to Guilun, Wayne had no interest in the two of them. Code insisted on giving it to him for free, and the result was self-humiliation. Instead of thinking about how to complete the oracle, it is better to put on the airs of a saint and be a quiet cold beauty. Just look at the secretary and you will know that Wayne likes this. Guilun's words made sense, but Code was obsessed with the oracle, very ambitious, and wanted to make progress. Click. The door opened, and Wayne, full of energy, walked out. He took an hour's sleep and felt that he could spend another day with the demons. The archangel is fine, he is not picky. Secretary Mona pushed her glasses and followed behind. Seeing Kota peeking out, she secretly said, "Old slut, the saint of the Church of the Sun is very curious and wants to do those petty things in the name of the oracle." Wayne came to the desk, looked at the three people lying on the desk, and then looked at Lust sitting on the chair. He waved his hand and asked Mona and Kota to move them into the inner room. The bed in the room is big, so it is not a problem to lie down 4 people. And there are also advantages of having more people, so as not to get lost and find the door when you wake up. Wayne sat on the still warm boss chair, with his legs on the desk. Seeing Kota hesitated to speak, he smiled and said, "What's wrong, are you still thinking about your oracle?" Speaking of which, Wayne has a good impression of the Church of the Sun among the members of the Church of the Sun he has come into contact with, except for the local high priest Yuri who has fallen into depravity, all others are sunny and kind. In comparison, the Moonlight Church is somewhat mixed, and the Natural Church is even worse. Kota blushed and hesitantly said, "Mr. Wayne, you misunderstood. You can handle the oracle and so on. I am not in a hurry at all." Mona rolled her eyes and stood behind Wayne to massage his shoulders. Wayne raised his head and found a position that was conducive to his spine to lean on. "Since you are not in a hurry, then I am not in a hurry either. If there is nothing else, you should go into the house and rest. You must be exhausted after fighting for a day." "No, I am full of energy now and not tired at all." Kota said that she was quite capable. As the saint of the Sun Church, she was long-lasting and durable, much better than the weak Moonlight Church Saint Guilun. Really? Wayne thought of his 3 families. Chris was useless, and Willie was full of daily support. They were not in the same league at all. "What are you trying to say?" "I want to ask, Mr. Wayne, have you considered going to the Sun Church headquarters in Gris for your next schedule?" Code looked expectant. When they arrived at her territory, she had the final say, and the oracle could complete whatever he wanted. Sun Church headquarters. Wayne's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the headquarters of the Sun and Moonlight churches were both in Gris, and they were neighbors. If he went there, he could get 2 philosopher's stones for free with his status as the chosen knight of God. A good thing that you can't find even with a lantern. Must go. I would like to go, but Gris is a long way away, and I don't have the idea of traveling there for the time being. Wayne shook his head regretfully. Mr. Wayne, you are the Sun Knight, the god of God walking in the world, you can't always be outside, at least you should go home often to visit, Code advised. I think you don't understand at all. Code was too straightforward and didn't understand the negotiation skills, or rather, she understood them, because they were her own people and didn't think much about it. Wayne was asking for trouble, so he stopped hiding and rubbed his fingertips and said, Kota, you want me to go to the Sun Church headquarters, no problem, but you have to pay me some appearance fee. I'm very busy and don't have time to tour for free. Oh, you're a Sun Knight. What's wrong with the Sun Knight? Can't the Sun Knight embezzle public funds? Wayne widened his eyes and looked incredible. Don't ask, just ask the old London Union Jack, the fine tradition can't be broken in him. Kota rolled his eyes, waved his hand to open the portable space, took out some treasures and put them on the desk. Most of them are magic props. One of the red stones made Wayne look confused, and he said speechlessly, isn't this the Philosopher's Stone? Why do you have the key to the church headquarters? Why not on me? Kota wondered. As far as I know, this thing is usually on the Pope, and the Pope is responsible for keeping it personally, Wayne said embarrassedly. For someone like Kota, you must be on guard. Energetic and heartless, she lied to him 9 times in one night and couldn't stop. That's another church. Our Sun Church has undergone a reform, there is also the Moonlight Church. The saint has more power than the Pope. The Pope is only responsible for internal affairs. The strongest fighting force is the chosen knights. Next is the saint's turn. As Ko told the story, the 2 churches of Sun and Moonlight had their own feelings. Looking into the reasons, Ko and Gilun are extremely talented. They can perfectly summon the gods. In the case of life and death, it is not a problem to kill 1 or 2 demigods. The Pope's fighting power is not enough in front of them. 1 for 1 above the demigod, I am invincible below the demigod. The magic world is very realistic and pays attention to winning people over with virtue. Kot and Gilun are powerful, and the Pope has no competitiveness. In addition, the 2 have the privilege of translating oracles, so the key to the church fell into their hands. Wonderful. Wayne held the Philosopher's Stone, dubbed a howl, and got the knowledge he wanted. Mona, wake up Saint Gilun in the inner room. She's not an 18-year-old girl. How can she be so embarrassed to fall asleep at such an age? Wayne snapped his fingers and asked Mona to go in and call for help. Seeing that Wayne's head was empty, Code patted her chest and said that she could do it too. Wayne ignored it. He stopped when he saw the good and didn't plan to expand the Wings team. Facing the enthusiastic and sunny Code, he could only say that he would definitely do it next time. Gilun woke up dizzy and yawned when he came to the desk. When he heard that Wayne wanted to borrow the Philosopher's Stone, he immediately rolled his eyes at Code. It's easy to know that Code must want to trick Wayne to the church headquarters to kill people, and Wayne is waiting for an opportunity to ask for benefits, and he won't go without a deposit. She can also guess that Wayne will definitely turn his face and refuse to recognize her after receiving the deposit. Having said that, Gilun still took out the Philosopher's Stone. The Moon Knight was one of his own, and there was nothing to hide between his own people. Readily. Wayne gave a thumbs up, and the owl was very rewarding. There are 5 Philosopher's Stones in the 5 major churches, and Wayne got 4 of them, leaving only the Philosopher's Stone from the Church of Death that he has not tasted. Taking one step at a time, he is already planning the Philosopher's Stone for the Church of Death and the Papal State. Wayne's promotion from Golden Mage to Legendary Mage consumes horrifying resources and knowledge. If he wants to advance from Legend to Demigod, it will require a huge amount of resources. Relying on the Philosopher's Stone is definitely not enough. Even if the devil investors are so enthusiastic, they are still far away from the bottleneck of advancement. Where should the wool come from? It's worth pondering. The figure of the dean of students popped up in Wayne's mind. He blew on him, hooked his fingers, and Shiren walked into the bedroom and locked the door. The window is not closed. We can't really go find her. Wayne muttered, the dark goddess is not a fuel-efficient lamp, looking for her is like seeking skin from a tiger, it is better to go to the kingdom of death to fight against the three gods. But behind the three gods, there is also the goddess of nature. Compared with the goddess of nature, the goddess of darkness has become a very good ally. It's really troublesome. Wayne complained, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Death in ups, nature is unfathomable, and darkness is insidious and cunning. These three have their own plans. In comparison, the sun and moonlight hugging each other are undoubtedly a good choice. These two goddesses couldn't deal with the darkness and were forced into a corner by nature. They felt very insecure at the moment. Wayne knew his situation very well. He was too far away from the gods. There were a group of subordinate gods, demon kings, and archangels in front of him. He was not qualified to form an alliance with the two goddesses. He just has talent. Since they cannot form an alliance, they must find a way to turn the two goddesses into investors. How to attract foreign investment? There are two ways. One is to demonstrate the excellent internal market, such as strong purchasing power, the other is to create an illusion that rare goods are available, or use political correctness to force foreign investment to come. As it happens, Wayne has both. Kota, Gilun, now that things have happened, I have to tell you something very important. Wayne looked at the two of them with a serious face, waved his hand and asked Mona to set up a sound barrier, and whispered, this is a serious matter, you just need to know about it, and don't tell anyone else, except the goddess, of course. Seeing how cautious Wayne was, the two saints held their breath. As you know, I was chosen by three gods. The elemental mantra, the morning proverb, and the white knight true mantra all recognized me. Wayne said, actually, it's much more than that. Some time ago, I visited the Dark Church on the orders of the Natural Pope, and I met the Dark Goddess there. What, X2? The two saints were shocked and hurriedly asked about the situation at that time. You may not believe it, but the Dark Goddess is gentle, well-spoken and well-educated. She is a very noble and elegant goddess, Wayne exclaimed. I don't believe it, X2. Kaut and Gilun shook their heads repeatedly. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the education they had received since childhood was that light and darkness were in opposition. They couldn't believe it even if they wanted to. Actually, I don't believe it either. Wayne complained in his heart and talked about the good dean without conscience. The dark goddess got the news from somewhere. It may have been during the frozen continent. After all, the dark saint was there at the time. She knew that I was chosen by the three gods. Take the initiative to take out the Twilight Desperate and win me over to become the Dark Knight. You rejected him, Kote said firmly. Really, Gilun didn't have any confidence. I rejected the dark goddess on the spot. I, Wayne, possess the virtues of a knight and am devoted to loyalty. How can I be a slave of those four despicable families? There is no way for me to become a dark knight, Wayne said loudly. You won't obey, will you? Kote was about to cry. You obey, right? Gilun raised his hands to cover his face. She is the goddess of darkness after all. She is so powerful. She is still at the headquarters of the Dark Church. I can only temporarily compromise and pretend to be loyal to her. Wayne sighed, mentioning the sad past. He couldn't help but feel sad again. That's not how you deal with the devil, X2. The devil doesn't give gifts, how can the dark goddess speak nicely? Wayne immediately retorted. Seeing the two saints' eyes widening, they clenched their fists and coughed twice. I mean, there were so many crises at that time, and taking on Twilight's desperate situation was a helpless act. It was just a momentary obedience. The darkness can get my body. But I can't get my heart. My faith is always the two goddesses of the sun and moonlight, unwavering and unchanging throughout my life. If you can say this, you have no faith at all. X2. The two saints shook their heads repeatedly. This was not a problem they could solve, and they were ready to inform the goddess of the information as soon as possible. Don't despair, you two. I'm an undercover agent. I penetrated into the enemy's interior and achieved brilliant results in just a few days. Wayne said proudly, "Who is that dark saint? Her name is too long and I can't remember it, but I know she looks like that. Hey, she chatted with me late at night on the orders of the dark goddess. When I saw an opportunity, I decisively seized it. Gone is her purity. What's so proud about this? It's even worse." X2. The two saints were speechless. Looking at the smug look on Wayne's face, it was clear that this guy slept with the dark saint not to humiliate the dark church, but to satisfy his own selfish desires in the name of justice. Bah, obscene. When they thought that the dark saint had completed the oracle and had made no achievements, Kothi and Gilun were full of resentment, and their mentality also changed. This is no longer a matter of the oracle, but of being denied and being compared to Anastasia. For a moment, Koth looked at Wayne with a fierce look, and Gilun became a little more gloomy, with cannibalism written all over his face. Don't make trouble. I insist on having sex with the dark saint. The purpose is to humiliate the dark church. Their saint is impure, Wayne reiterated. You've obviously been laughing. You still blame me for feeling wronged. You still persist. Thank you so much for your hard work. No matter what you say, I have a clear conscience and am definitely not a lustful person. Having sex with Anna is not because I am lusting after her body. Wayne raised his voice. Seeing that the two of them didn't believe it, he curled his lips and said, "If I am really a pervert, your purity will be gone. Look at yourself before you despise me." These days, the devil is doing things with the slogan of fairness and objectivity. Don't let the devil compare you to a saint. I will tell the goddess about this. Tell me, I have a clear conscience. I did this in order to humiliate the darkness. The goddess will definitely praise me if she finds out. Seeing that everything went well with the plan, Wayne added, "Although it's not my place to say this, the dark goddess is really polite. She not only gave away the god's chosen artifact and the saint, but also gave away the previous generation Dark Knight, Miss Vichy. Give it to me, protect me during the day, and protect me at night." What, X2? The voices of the two saints rose an octave. They had never imagined that there could be such shameless goddesses in the world. When I think about it, it's right. It is darkness after all, and the methods should be so cruel. It fits their stereotype of darkness. In order to further humiliate darkness, I also took away the purity of Wei Zi, sometimes in a single row, sometimes in double rows, severely suppressing darkness's arrogance, Wayne said righteously. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous. For the sake of faith, it is nothing if he suffers a little injustice. When the two saints learned that their knight had been humiliated by the dark saint and the knight in turn, they were so angry that their chests hurt. Seeing Wayne's shameless look, they wanted to join forces and use magic to strangle him to death. If you couldn't beat him, you would be dead today. X2. Kota, Gilun, there is something wrong with your thinking. At first glance, it seems that I have succumbed to the beauty trap of darkness. But if you reverse this concept, you will find. Wayne plausibly said, it was the dark saint and the knight who were repeatedly humiliated by me. This is an achievement that the church has never achieved before. It is a great victory, and we should be happy. So when it comes to beauty, you keep laughing. Gilun snorted coldly. Her own knights had no integrity at all. She would retell it word for word to the goddess, and let the goddess judge the knights who had fallen. Let me say it one last time. My dedication to my faith was an act of righteousness, and even more of a feat, it was by no means an act of indiscretion. The church should erect a monument for me. Shameless. X2. Speaking of which, if you feel dissatisfied, I will help you complete the oracle now. You can't always give the benefits to outsiders. Wayne rubbed his hands. Gi-lun took a step back and saw Coat standing still, so he pulled her to his side and glared fiercely. If you don't want to, forget it. I just need to recharge my batteries and go back to London to take care of Anna and Wei Zi. Wayne was even more proud. Seeing the two saints angrily pushing the door open and leaving, he added, remember to go to London to find me at Landau Manor. Just ask for the head of the family, Wayne Landau. Boss, what's going on between you and Night Vichy? Mona asked curiously. How is it possible? I have always stayed away from darkness. Except Anna, she is one of our own, not from the dark camp. Wayne added, and then said, pack it up and go back to London tonight. There are more important things waiting for me to deal with over there. After solving the Headless Horseman, Wayne got his wish. A new question followed, whether Monica was an incarnation of the goddess of death. If so, he was going to take some photos of the goddess. This kind of dark history doesn't happen every year, and it will definitely come in handy if you keep it. Boss, why don't you say goodbye to Sanglan and Givenchy? Need not. Wayne and Sanglan were not familiar with each other, and they had a general fondness for this insect. If they hadn't taken the insect raised by Sena, Wayne himself wouldn't have been able to get it, and he would have killed it long ago by waving the banner of justice. Givenchy doesn't even need to say goodbye. How can a master be polite to his family members? Just say a mental connection and that's it. Having said that, Wayne is going to take Isabella back to London and put her under the supervision of Mr. Heap. He has a good sense of food and has a sense of cultivation when feeding her. Isabella is currently the head of the Paris Division Scalpel Agency, and paperwork is required for deployment. Wayne is the Oracle High Priest, so he can stamp and sign it himself without delaying his return to London tonight. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly thought about it. I turned around and saw Mona with a calm expression. She raised her little hands and rubbed her face. I understand. I'll go back to London tomorrow morning. I've just been feeding that greedy cat these days. I've been neglecting her, it's my fault. Boss, that's not what I meant. Forget it. We can't just let it go. Yesterday, May 15th, Prussia's Western Front operation achieved brilliant results. The Frankish command was in mourning, the defense line was breached, and the defeat was irreversible. Today, Winston, the Prime Minister of the Windsor Cabinet, arrived in Paris. As an ally, he rebuked Frank for his improper command and said that Windsor could not provide more support except for sending a small amount of Air Force support. The line of defense that was highly expected did not work. It cannot be said that it did not work at all, but it was not used at all. Lightning troops in action. JPG. Everyone knows that Paris can no longer be defended. In half a month at the shortest and a month at the fastest, Prussia can march under the shade of Paris. Winston also has another purpose for this trip, to bring back the princess and the prince, and not let them continue to float in Paris. Windsor at the same time. Several figures arrived at the port by ship. The men were tall, the women were handsome, and they were all beauties. The leader was Archangel Ur. Olga and Fred stood on the left and right, and there was another man and three women, namely Juno and her fiancée Elisa, Edward and his fiancée Carol. Juno was pessimistic about the restoration of the country. The most ideal result was to marry Wayne and have their children inherit the throne. After being rejected by Wayne, he plunged into the pit of evolution and began to work hard to go to heaven. Edward was also pessimistic, even though Ur revealed his identity and mentioned that the blood of St. George originated from another archangel, Michael, and told Edward that the Windsor family had a great background in heaven, so he should stand up and not be timid. It is useless to have a background. If the blood of St. George is really so powerful, will the Pope suppress the Windsors all the time? Those who can come down are called backgrounds, and those who can't come down are all treated as background boards. In terms of wit, Edward is not much worse than Juno. It can be seen that supports the Windsor family to regain power, using them as pawns for the purpose of political struggle. No matter who wins or loses, the unlucky ones are always the pawns. Unfortunately, is too strong, and Edward has no say. After thinking about it, he pushed the Queen Mother out. Don't tell me so much, find my mother, she is the Queen. The princess is devoted to evolution and her fiancé, while the prince is even worse, only caring about his fiancée. The blood of heaven is rotten in the world. Did not force the two of them, and was ready to talk to Queen Sophia. The queen was used to power and had long engraved the desire for power into her bones. She would not give up easily and commit herself to Austen, but was just waiting for an opportunity. Or's mouth curled up, looking at the defenseless Lendon, feeling that this was a sure thing. Fred, is there any news from the Papal States? Archangel, the last two reincarnated angels will arrive soon, and Archibald has also awakened. Oh, who is he? Angel of Wisdom, Lord Vicar. Hey, he's here too. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 480. May 17, London Airport. The black car drove out of the airport and headed for the Dark Saint Manor. The mistress of the manor is Anastasia, and she is accompanied by a bodyguard, Wei Zi. These two are not talkative people, and with the lazy Sukla, they just make up 3 people, and it is convenient for Wayne to go there to play cards later. This saint of the Church of Death is useless. After completing her mission, she started to show off. She is lazy and has no ambition. When she learned that Wayne wanted to support her, drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and be accompanied by the rich and the poor every day, she had endless pocket money, and she could spend it as she wanted and buy whatever she wanted. She nodded and agreed. Thinking of the hard days in the past, tears could not help but flow from the corners of her eyes. Wayne complained that Sukla was a slacker and had no ambition. The latter was not ashamed. She had worked hard for most of her life. What's wrong with showing off? She didn't eat the rice of Wayne's family. Oh, she really ate it? She lives in Wayne's house, spends Wayne's money, and her personal safety needs Wayne to protect her. Dark Saint Manor. In Sukla's horrified eyes, Wayne embraced Bayu Egwang and gave her a deep kiss. The goddess of death was doing sit ups in the kingdom of God, and Roni went to fight guerrilla warfare. Sukla cried to the sky and the earth, but no one responded. No one would pay attention to her except the Death Church, who could call for rebellion. In this case, there is nothing to hide. See, this is the price of living in my house. The money is not given to you for free. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Sukla's face turned pale with fear. He stood up and left the soft sofa, but before he took a step, he fell back. So be it. Her mission has been completed. According to the merits, her name will be included in the merit book. When the goddess returns, she will resign and become a salted fish who does not seek progress from now on, lying comfortably for the rest of her life. Wayne is so well off. He can support her for a lifetime without worries about food and clothing and a sense of security. He is the most suitable person to take over. If you dare to touch her, she will not leave. Besides, the sofa is really comfortable. Sukla. Wayne looked disgusted, patted his butt and asked Anastasia to take care of the salted fish. Sukla's true nature was exposed. At best, he was calm and peaceful, and at worst, he was overwhelmed by pressure and no longer wanted to work hard. This kind of person is not aggressive. If you meet her requirements of food and accommodation, you can basically leave her alone. Wayne thought so, but Wise didn't think so. When Wayne ordered her to protect Anastasia, She protected the saint wholeheartedly. The sudden death made her very uneasy. Thinking of the operation of her own goddess, she seriously suspected that the goddess of death had also ended. In the past, Wise tried every means to contact the leader, but now, she was caught between two leaders and said that it was too difficult to be a dog. That's it. I have another very important thing to deal with. I will come to you after I'm done. Wayne kissed Anastasia goodbye and went straight to Landau Manor with his secretary Mona and Isabella. Landau Manor. Austin stood in front of the study window without saying a word, looking at the small trash can chasing Monica below and the strange laughter, with a few black lines on his face. If he had no choice, he would not want such an heir. On the lawn in front of the manor, Wayne took a step and lifted Monica, who had nowhere to hide, above his head. Monica, lift it up. The black cat struggled hard, acting like an ordinary frightened kitten, scratching Wayne madly. Thick skin, no defense. Behind him, Secretary Mona found a camera, waiting to take pictures of the dark history of the goddess of the peeping. The peeping thing is very similar to love. If it is loose, the feelings will be scattered, and if it is tight, the feelings will be broken. Often, after a long time of hard work, nothing is achieved. In short, it is not so easy to take pictures of the goddess of the peeping. Monica refused to cooperate and just wanted to stay away from Wayne after landing. Helplessly, Wayne called Megan, the #1 poop shoveler, to help urge her. Megan. Excuse me for being blunt, but flirting is like love. Her own love has not been responded to, so how can she make Monica flirt obediently? Wayne made a fuss on the lawn for a long time, but he didn't take a single photo. When he let go, Monica got behind Megan. She was waving her claws and showing her fur, which showed that she was very fierce. Monica, equals. Wayne looked at her greedily and couldn't help but want to grab her and stroke her twice. He tried, but he didn't detect the breath of death on Monica. She was a very ordinary black cat, and there was no trace of the thinking of the goddess of death. Different from the thinking of the goddess of death living in Sukla's body, similar to Yulia, she didn't have the breath of the goddess of death. If Ranyi hadn't told him, Wayne would not have associated Yulia with the goddess of death. In other words, there are two possibilities for Monica's situation. The first is that this is a black cat cursed by death, with superpowers of immortality, charm, and reversing others' subconsciousness. Too outrageous, just pass it directly. The second possibility is that Monica, like Yulia, is also an incarnation of the goddess of death, and the mind that resides in her cannot be removed. Wayne is thinking about taking Monica back to Wayne's house to raise her, but he can't say this. He has to let Austin take the initiative so that he can raise the price and avoid Austin raising the price. This is the world of adults. Wayne has been busy on the lawn for a long time, making a lot of noise, but there is no movement in the villa of the eldest lady, and no little dragon girl sticks her head out. Wayne thought about it and had to go back tonight for a surprise inspection. Chris is getting more and more excessive. Who is running a harem? It must be made clear. Study. Megan erected a sound barrier. Another servant took Isabella away, and she was in the restaurant, fighting fiercely with the high-end ingredients. Austin looked at Wayne across the sofa, and then at Mona, who was standing expressionless behind Wayne, feeling as if he was looking into a mirror and felt unwell. He coiled Pangu silver coins, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. When Megan stood behind him, he felt much better. Seeing this, Wayne also took out an ancient silver coin and played with it. No matter what, we can't lose to social trash in terms of momentum. X2. That's weird, why did you bring Mona here today? Austin frowned, feeling something was wrong. Bring her here to sort out the family property. After all, I am the head of the family now. The accounts cannot be messed up. I have to know how much property I have, Wayne replied with a smile. Austin frowned. Why, you must have forgotten, we made a bet before, if that impregnable defense line cannot be defended, I will be the head of the family, Wayne said cheerfully. The defense line has collapsed, and dumplings were made from the rear before it was put to use. Austin's face darkened. This is not good news, and now is not the time to say this. What, you want to cheat? What, you want to take responsibility? Austin smiled contemptuously. I have no objection to you being the head of the family, but you have to think clearly. It is not easy to be the head of the Landau family now. You have to go to work at the Ministry of Magic headquarters every day, deal with domestic and foreign affairs, and have endless documents to sign. Endless overtime classes. Do you have enough time? Wayne. Speak. It's true that I don't have time to deal with the Queen, but after I become the head of the family, I can arrange for you to deal with the Queen. What do I have to be afraid of? Wayne curled his lips. I'm willing to admit defeat. I will have the final say in this family from now on. Boring. Austin has a long face, and he knows that Wayne dislikes politics and is obsessed with the power generated by punching, rather than power itself. Take Qing Junzi as an example. Wayne's goal has never been to succeed in rebellion and become the king himself. It is just that his strength has improved. He does not want to be told what to do by the royal family, and he does not want to be confused with Changji. Standard punching power brings power, and you gain equal status through your own strength. After gaining status, he will throw power to those he trusts and continue his pursuit of boxing power. Similarly, what Wayne is greedy for is not the power of the head of the family. He just wants a false name, and by the way, trouble the people below. Who is the person below? Austin didn't want to answer. The thought of Wayne riding on his head and pointing fingers made his whole body as painful as if he was holding Twilight's desperate situation. After Wayne becomes the head of the family, what the two of them should do before and what they will do in the future will not change depending on who is the head of the family. But whatever Austin does in the future becomes Wayne's order. This can't be tolerated. Austin was ready to cheat and refused to admit defeat. Wayne took his time and played with the ancient silver coin and said, I gained a lot in Paris this time and got a lot of important information, including the ancient silver coin in your hand, and the origin of Monica. X2. Go on. Some noble people forget things a lot when they are young, and suddenly forget where to start. What should we do? Wayne lamented and sighed, look at my brain, if someone calls me Mr. Patriarch, or Mr. Wayne, I might remember it. If you are cheap, you are in debt. If it were anyone else, Austin would have given Megan a break. Wayne can't do it, not to mention that Megan can't beat him. Even if he can beat him, Megan will just pretend to be deaf and dumb. Austin looked around and saw that his wife, daughter, and housekeeper were all vaguely on Wayne's side, and they would all raise their hands to support Wayne in becoming the head of the family. Mr. Wayne, Megan said. The housekeeper kindly came to the rescue, but Austin was not happy at all and knew what Megan had planned. Emboldened by Wayne's orders. Megan, I have worked hard for you all these years. In the future, Furlaw will take over your job and manage the entire Landau Manor. What you have to do is to serve the old master's food and daily life, and be at your side 24 hours a day. Do you understand? Wayne said happily. I understand. Megan looked calm. I know you are wronged. After all, I am not a human being. I still have a private mission here. You understand what I mean? In the past few nights, I will detain Twilight in a desperate situation. The target cannot be your opponent. Wayne smiled and looked at Austin. Austin frowned, and for a moment he was not sure whether Wayne was serious, and he was also a little unsure whether Megan would mess around. I understand, I will try my best to complete the task. Megan looked calm. You two, don't mess around. If something happens, Sci-fi will definitely kill me, Austin said with a dark face. It's not like you're going to kill me. Wayne whispered, looked at Megan regretfully, and there was nothing he could do when it came to Heep. Megan said nothing and cast a grateful look at Wayne. The young master had already helped her a lot. She was not in a hurry and could wait a little longer. Someone has already called you Mr. Wayne. Tell me, what happened to the ancient silver coins and Monica? Austin took the opportunity to change the subject. Do you admit that I am the head of the family? Don't even think about it, unless I die. Austin flatly refused. The head of the family must be responsible for every word and deed. Wayne occupied the manhole and wanted to give orders to him. How could it be such a good thing? Words don't keep their word, and they have no credibility at all. The devil has been outdone by capitalists like you. Wayne sneered twice and explained the situation in the underground tomb, which contained the latest information on the reincarnated angels and the kingdom of death. Austin's eyes widened and he looked at Mona in astonishment. He was speechless when he learned that the other party was also an archangel, or Heshino, who represented purity. Doesn't Heavenly Father have any problem with you putting the archangel to sleep? Is the Pope crazy? He actually arranged for the archangel to sleep with him. Going to hell is not enough atonement. Austin's head hurt. Compared to Mona's true identity, Black Cat's suspicion of being the goddess of death instantly became unremarkable. As for the rebellion in Hades, it was too far away, and Austin had no idea of analyzing it. It has nothing to do with him. No, 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 it does have something to do with you. If you hold this ancient silver coin, Observer Griot will take the initiative to contact you. Wayne glanced at Austin. Don't forget, he used lucky ancient silver coins to trade with you before, allowing you to bulldoze the London headquarters of the Windsor division of the Natural Church. Austin's hand holding the ancient silver coin trembled slightly, and he whispered, according to your opinion, the goddess of nature has plotted against the goddess of death. Griot has not betrayed and is unable to fight against the goddess of nature, so he takes it out on the Church of Nature. There is a possibility. Wayne shook his head. He couldn't make a conclusion for the time being as to the truth. It would depend on Ronyi's accurate information. It's too dangerous for Monica to stay in Landau Manor. You take her to Wayne Mansion and she will be yours from now on, Austin said cheerfully. Why do I do this? You have your mother and fiancé in Landau Manor. You don't want them to be affected, right? It's so funny. Veronica stays at the Wayne Mansion every night and her soul is taken away. The teacher is even simpler, just let her work overtime all the time. I have nothing to worry about, Wayne scoffed. What do you want? Call the head of the family or Mr. Wayne to come and listen. Mr. Wayne, Austin said decisively. This man is willing to do anything for his wife and children. He even tolerates the most annoying little trash can. There is nothing he cannot tolerate. Mr. Wayne was said cleanly and neatly, leaving Wayne with no sense of accomplishment. He rolled his eyes, not getting the happiness he wanted, and admitted defeat. I will take Monica away tonight, but if she comes back by herself, there is nothing I can do. I'll give you the ancient silver coins too. In exchange, she probably won't come back. Austin completed the exchange on the spot, threw the lucky ancient silver coin to Wayne, and took the whiteboard without buff. After accepting Twilight's desperate situation, he no longer needed to use ancient silver coins to suppress the boiling dark power in his body. In exchange with Wayne, all he lost was the lucky buff. Seeing him so cheerful, Wayne was even more disappointed and said speechlessly, "This is lucky. Think about it again. Without this ancient silver coin, you may not be lucky enough to meet me. This is the biggest misfortune in my life." Austin looked unhappy. Of course, these words are purely arrogant. Austin knows very well what the Landau family would be like without Wayne. If he can't hold on now, he will collapse long ago. You take the lucky ancient silver coin first, over there with Monica. I'm going to do a little experiment tonight. Wayne narrowed his eyes and said. Don't mess around. If Monica is really dead, You'd better not provoke her. Austin frowned. The best result is to send the ancient silver coins away with Monica. Wayne touched his eyes. He was not just provoking, he had already entangled him. He used to be a death knight, but now he is a death knight. The bond with the goddess of death cannot be severed, so it is not rational to send Monica away. In addition, it is not easy to be a slave to several goddesses. It is not as simple as hugging both sides with long legs. Nowadays, there are only 3 slave gods in the kingdom of Hades. If possible, he would like to make a plan. How can a man live in the world between heaven and earth and live in depression for a long time? In the previous version, Wayne's retreat was the divine domain of storm and thunder. With the version update, the map had a wider view. He held down the handle of his halberd with one hand and was sure to win the kingdom of the underworld. Seeing that Wayne didn't speak, Austin was helpless. If he could control his son, he wouldn't be holding a knife to the queen's neck. That night, Landau had a family dinner. The master, the madam, the young master, the young master's secretary and lover, everyone who was supposed to come came, and no one was absent. There were also the young master's new dogleg and the madam's former subordinate, sitting in the guest seat. The Landau family has strong financial resources and has stored a large amount of daily necessities. Isabella ate all afternoon and said she could continue to eat. This kind of pure waste of food would have been punished during the war, but who made Isabella sell quickly enough? Once she signed the deed of prostitution and held the long-term meal ticket, she had no intention of letting go. In terms of investment vision, she is definitely at the goddess level. He entertained Mona with a smile throughout the whole process, treating her as Megan next to Austin, having high hopes, occasionally whispering a few words, and getting along very harmoniously. Her mother was nice to talk to and had a special temperament. Mona fell in love with her immediately. After chatting with Mona, Sci-fi was confused and tried to chat with Isabella, thinking that her son would not bring another one back for no reason. This one would probably pass. The effect was average and Isabella kept taking it. Sci-fi rolled her eyes at Wayne. This new guy is not good, she has to take him back for training for a while. Wayne said nothing, showing the handwritten document of the Oracle High Priest, asking Heath to handle it, just don't let Isabella starve. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the black car drove out of Landau Manor. In the back seat, Monica was locked in a birdcage, and there was no stress response. Wayne sat in the co-pilot and glanced at Mona who was driving. Don't laugh, you keep laughing, and the steering wheel is shaking. Mona suppressed the corners of her mouth, thinking of the whispers that Heath said to her at the dinner table. Her soul was relieved, and she felt that she had arrived in heaven. Hexunio, there are no such whispers in heaven. Mona, shut up, you are jealous. The car arrived at Wayne Manor. Wayne got out of the car with the birdcage, tilted his head and looked at the driver's seat. Why, you don't get out of the car? Mona rolled her eyes, secretly thinking that she knew the question, and drove away with a foot on the accelerator. Good woman, if I were the son of God, I would definitely promote you to be the deputy lord in the future. Wayne walked into the house leisurely, looked at the birdcage in his hand, and came to the back garden to release Monica. Cuckoo. Axia poked her head out, stood on the branch and stared with 2 eyes wide open. Monica's attention was instantly drawn to it, and she bent slightly, retracted her little claws that had nowhere to put, and her eyes were as big as copper bells. Axia stared back, not to be outdone, and laughed to death. What does this hunting action mean? It really treats it as prey. Seeing the friendly meeting between the 2 cats, Wayne nodded secretly, covered his right eye with one hand, and exuded a little breath of the goddess of death. In an instant, Monica abandoned the prey, meowed, raised her tail, and rubbed around Wayne's trouser legs. What a sharp intuition, and you still say you are not the goddess of death. Wayne whispered, squatted down and held the black cat in his arms, and the goddess's breath spread, causing the black cat to act coquettishly in various ways. The experiment was successful. It proved that Monica was an incarnation of the goddess of death. Moreover, judging from her delicate appearance, she had probably forgotten the rat strips of the Landau family. From now on, this will be your cat litter box. Wayne pointed to the back garden and drew a large area. It was much smaller than the lawn of the Landau family, but it was enough for Monica. I will introduce you to two more friends. Wayne walked into the basement and entered the sewer. After a moment, Yulia opened the portal and appeared with Aubin on her back. Wayne. Winky face. Aubin did not have the mind of the goddess of death boarding on him. He could ride on him just by saying so. He should let Ronnie see it with his own eyes. Fortunately, it was a bitch, and a dead dog, so it was not a big problem. Woof 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 x2. Meow meow meow. Two hideous monsters appeared, and they used extremely unfriendly enemy languages. Monica was furious on the spot and tried her best to pupate in Wayne's arms. It's okay, you'll be family from now on. Wayne stroked Monica's chin, then patted Yulia's horse back, spreading the breath of the goddess of death, making the cat and the horse fall in love on the spot. Master, who is this cat? She looks very friendly. Her name is Monica, a new friend introduced to you and Aubin. Wayne smiled and said, how is it, do you like her? Yeah, Yulia nodded repeatedly, such a small friend, she liked it very much. Aubin was unhappy, her best friend only had the newcomer in her eyes, growled in her throat, and issued a warning to protect the territory. Yulia rubbed Monica in Wayne's arms, and when she heard the warning, she lowered her head and rubbed Aubin's head, instantly resolving the crisis. Wayne. You are worthy of you, let's exchange experiences some other time. Wayne rode Yulia, walked the dog, and wandered in the sewer for 2 hours with the cat in his arms. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost time for the three little ones to rest, so they returned to Wayne Manor with the black cat. In the bedroom, the air was filled with a faint fragrance. As the lights turned on, 3 golden heads popped out at the same time. Wayne held the black cat in his arms, with an embarrassed face. Sorry, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Chris covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and Veronica's face turned red. It seemed that she wanted to quibble again. Willie quickly jumped out of the bed, wearing a white pajamas, and jumped to Wayne and took the black cat in her hands. Monica, hold it up high. Don't change the subject. Wayne knocked Willie on the top of his head with a knife, threw Monica out of the house, and turned to the bathroom. When I come out, give me an explanation. Willie tilted her head and followed in with a smile. Senior sister, don't come over. You fell last time. I'll explain to Wayne. I'm not afraid of falling. Female, 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 male. Female. Comma. Rape, male. It turns out that this is indeed Chris's harem, and Wayne is just reinforcing the stable mortise and tenon structure.